Live, Jan.
Okay, good evening, everyone. We're going to start our meeting tonight on January 26th, a regular school board meeting. I'd like to
Mhm.
call us to order. Do we have Steve Kane?
Here.
Do we have Carla Torres de Luna?
Here.
Do we have Lisa Marks?
Here.
Do we have Elizabeth
Present.
Martinez?
Present.
Okay. So we're 100%. Let's do the flag salute. May I call on Mr. Kane?
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. We're at approval of the agenda. Does anybody have something they want to say about the agenda? Pull anything from the consent items?
I want to
we-
pull something from the consent items when we get there.
Yes, Mr. Kane?
I would like to move uh, item 8. No, I'm sorry, 7. Where is that?
7H?
7H to a discussion action item, because it's not that I have a problem with it. I just think people need to know more about what it is, because there's some
Okay.
misconceptions out there as to what it is. So I'd like
I
to talk
agree.
about it so the public knows more about it.
I second that.
Um,
Mhm.
Great. Anybody else want to pull anything from the consent items? So may I have a motion to accept the consent items A through 9, except for 7H?
So
I'll
moved.
make a motion. Oh, okay. Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now I have a question on order. Do we do 7H now, or do we wait and do it during the discussion action item?
So we're going to go into community and staff recognition next, and
Okay,
then public comment. And then
so,
the board will approve the consent agenda, item 7, and then you'll have the discussion about item 7H separate from the consent.
okay. Oh, I skipped, I'm sorry. I got so excited, I skipped 5 and 6. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
So let's do number 6, community and staff recognition.
That's number 5, Jen.
Mr. Pardon me?
That's 5.
Right. I went from
Mhm.
uh oh, I see how I got messed up. All right, so let's go to number 5, community and staff recognition.
And that's the only thing there, Jan, is there is a $25 fee every time you jump an
That's
item. So
Okay.
It's donated to Diego and I's golf fund.
you just send it straight to Steve, and then he kind of gets it organized.
To pay for your lessons.
There's a big need for golf lessons out there right now. So
Sounds
what we're
good.
going to do is we're going to talk about 2 employees who work here at the district office who are instrumental in supporting the district office and supporting the whole system of what we do to take care of people here. And so the 2 departments that I want to recognize tonight are the district's food service department. It's been 6 months since the last time we recognized them, but I want to give the board an idea and the community an idea of how deeply our food service program is embedded in helping people. So our food service program continues to feed tens of thousands of meals every week to children. So when kids go to pick up and parents go to pick up their food, they pick up boxes, and we give them fresh fruits and vegetables. We give them 5 milks. We give them 5 cereals. We give them 5 lunches. We give them 5 snacks for morning, 5 snacks for afternoon. And on Mondays, we've started feeding dinner to anybody who shows up after 3 o'clock. So families show up and, they get their pizza, they get their orange chicken, they get their enchiladas. I mean, it's really a huge diversity of food that we feed these kids. But I want to tell you all about the stuff that they do that isn't quite as well known. When we find out that a family is homeless, we drive the food to those families.
Wow.
When we find out that a family has lost their home, we track them down and we deliver the food to their doorstep. We do not say, we'll see you from 10 to 7 p.m. We tell those
Just as-
families.
yeah, as a testimonial, I
Excellent.
saw that delivery happening at Southside Labor Camp just Monday. That
Mhm.
van, our nutrition van, driving up there to make those deliveries. So awesome.
Glad
It's
to hear that.
unbelievable. It's unbelievable the heart and passion that this group of people have for our kids. So
Yeah.
it's humbling. I wanted to start the meeting off that way, recognize the student nutrition department. And the other department I wanted to recognize is our district nurses. We would probably say that these two ladies, Miranda Aster and Anita Seringhouse, they worked in the background. They were support staff. They were there if you needed them, but they were kind of quiet and they were kind of reserved. And this pandemic has brought the best out of these two ladies. They are incredible resources to our employees and to our administrators. When they find out about a case of coronavirus, they will work on Saturdays or Sundays. I've personally gotten phone calls from both of them on Saturdays and Sundays. These people are just gems. We are so lucky to have them. We currently have, as of last week, we had 84 staff or students who had contracted coronavirus last week. So that, to give you an idea of the number of different families that they were coordinating with. And so because of both of those departments' impact on the lives of all of our students and our staff, I wanted to recognize them this month as our employees of the month.
Great
Yeah,
job,
we
guys.
can't, it's school districts, it takes so many people to make things happen for our children and our families. And it's not done by one, it's done by so many. And thank you for recognizing these groups because we can't do it without them.
But we can't.
We just can't. Very, very important pieces of the pie. Okay, it's public comment time. Miss Carla.
We have several emails. And Diego, I want to make sure I have all of them from the email.
I've got a list, so as you're going through them, I'll check them
Okay.
off my list, and anyone that isn't on the list, I'll let you know at the end.
Okay. Well, here we go. So this one, sorry. Okay. Hello, trustees. I'm a concerned parent with a child at Sunny Slope. I have heard that the district is considering cutting the elementary PE teachers and feel strongly that this would be a big mistake. I remember what PE was like as a child when it was taught by my general education teachers, and it was basically nothing more than extended recess time. My son has a lot of energy, as do many of his peers, and last year PE was a great asset for him to expend that energy while learning how to share and how to have good sportsmanship and how to play appropriately with others. I know that without PE teachers, the program and students like my son would suffer. This year without PE, I can see that this outlet is greatly missed, and I'm sure that keeping PE would be a good thing for students, parents, and teachers. Thank you. Do you want me to say the name?
If they included it in their message, then yes.
Okay. All right. So, dear board members, oh, this is not a public one. Hmm, well, let me just read this one. Please think about the teachers when deciding to go back to school for all. Please give us enough time to get both shots and make sure they have full efficacy. We are all working hard and want to make sure that we are there till the end of the school year with our students safely and finally meet them in person. Thank you so much. This is from a teacher. To whom it may concern, I'm writing in today because I genuinely concern for the children who are attending schools within this district. We're coming up on a full year of distance learning, and many of our children in this district are falling horribly behind academically. I've seen that public schools in other states and even other countries in California are open and have plans in place for safe in person learning. What is a plan to get our students back into the classroom in Hollister? Moreover, why are other local schools outside of our district open? Spring Grove, for example, and we are not. Schools in other states have recorded no outbreaks of COVID cases linked to classrooms. Private schools have been successfully in session inside of the classroom for in person learning since last year. With the hybrid program that was presented to us last year, students could have been getting some sort of in person learning and socialization with their peers they so desperately need. I am curious why this was completely abandoned, and updates have been few and far between for parents seeking answers. Will parents be reimbursed for having to stay at home from work so their kids can go distance learning? Medical personnel, grocery store workers, food industry workers, and first responders have all continued to work during the pandemic. An effective education for our children should also be considered essential. The CDC says that children aren't susceptible as vectors of this disease. What science is the district following? Children are innocent and should be advocated for and have been the most burdened by these closures. Please let us know what your plans are for reopening as soon as possible. Thank you, a concerned parent. This one says, Dear board members and superintendent, I'm writing today as a concerned citizen. None of my kids will be at high school, so I have no vested interest in the topic other than the health of our young students in HSD. I'm on the panel for the new adoption of the California Health Framework for the county. As we were discussing the standards put forth from the state, and it dawned on me, why are we considering making cuts in this area, especially right now with the buzz around social and emotional learning? This ties hand in hand with health and healthy decisions. Haven't this kids been through enough in the past year? Shouldn't we consider them all we can? Taking away a proper physical education program from these kids is heartbreaking to me. Again, I have to wonder why. Dear board members, I'm writing as a concerned parent and a member of the HESD community. I urge you to begin working towards helping our parent read this one, right?
Nope, you haven't read
Okay.
this one yet.
They are suffering the most. It has been 10 months since our children have been dealing with online learning. The social, emotional, and mental health of our children are now is only regressing. School is supposed to be a place where they are supported, challenged, and encouraged in their learning, but that does not get through a computer screen. They are suffering. More videos and online options is not the answer. They need in-person interaction. There are numerous schools within this community who have been doing in-person education for months with limited issues and cases. How can you disregard something if you aren't even going to try it? Isn't this what we teach our kids? As a community, need to at least try a hybrid program. If families don't do it in person, there should be a choice and not a blanket response. Give us parents and families who want the opportunity for our kids to be in class a choice. I'm also a behavioral analyst who works with children to understand the disruption to routine, the isolation from peers and adults outside of the home, and forced efforts of trying to learn from a screen, the regression it has caused, and the increase in maladaptive behaviors at home. I urge you to do more for our kids in this community. Stop giving us false hopes that our kids will be back soon. Make it happen. Thank you for your time. A concerned member of this community and parent, Kara Davis. So I have this one. I don't know if this one's for public.
Who is it from, Carla?
Lost her. She froze up.
I can't hear her.
She's frozen.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how the weather tonight impacts the
Our
Mhm.
meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was wondering about that.
connection. Yeah, it might be an issue. Let me send
Unless
her
she
an
turns off
email.
her mic, I mean her camera to see if it helps.
Jan, one option we have is that I have the public comment emails as well, and I have a list here of the public comment emails that
Uh-huh.
we received. So I could read the next one, and then when
Okay.
Carla joins, we just bring her right back in.
Okay, that sounds good. Why don't we do
Does
that?
that work? Okay, let's start there. And in the meantime, I'll talk to our staff about seeing if they can give her some tech support. So we have an email from Matt Morrison. It says, "Dear esteemed board members, thank you for taking your time and reading my email regarding the reopening of some of the SPED classrooms in the district. I know that there has likely been a lot of input given on this topic, and I appreciate your consideration on mine. In regards to the reopening of SPED classes, I am strongly in favor of returning small cohorts of students to the classroom. My classroom, as part of the SOAR program, is set to be one of the classrooms tentatively set to return to in-person instruction. I am excited for the opportunity to not only formally meet my students, but to provide them with instruction they so desperately need right now. I am proud of the district's response to distance learning, and I feel that HSD was ahead of the curve when the shutdowns began. I'm very grateful to this board of directors and teachers union for prioritizing employee health, and I am humbled by the steps the district has taken to ensure a healthy, safe classroom environment, including the PPE, sanitation, etc. The need for an in-person return to instruction is prevalent in the social and academic performance of the students in my class. In serving some of our neediest students in the district, I have experienced significant regression in social development and academic performance. Students who once were performing their best are now struggling and are further behind in progress than they were a year ago. For my students in particular, social development has suffered tremendously. Though every attempt has been made to address these concerns, many cannot be addressed through a computer screen. As a special education teacher in the district, I fully support a return to in-person instruction on February 1st. I am confident in the preparations made by the district to ensure student and staff health. Please reconsider reopening our SPED classrooms February 1. Thank you, Matt Morrison, special education teacher, Sarah Vista Elementary School. And let me click in here.
Carla's back.
Carla, you're back. Yay.
Yay.
Hear anybody? And I'm like, I continued reading. But
So I read one more. I read the Matt Morrison. Do you want to pick up, do you have Lutrella and Akar's board comment?
see, I have Ashley Newman.
Why don't you read Ashley Newman and keep going down your list, and then I'll cross check off my list.
Dear board members, I urge you to start working towards helping kids now. We have been in this pandemic for 10 months, and the district has not offered any sort of help to parents other than the parent seminars. I have looked at the agenda and saw that Kip Ward is wanting to allocate 18,000 to more online videos for children to watch that are supposed to help them with their social emotional needs and physical activity needs. This is not the answer. These children are struggling with isolation and depression and don't need more videos. They need in-person contact. When are the children going to be thought of first? You represent families in your district. Why are the concerns of parents falling on deaf ears? Often offer actual solutions for families and students. We're coming up on a year of children being out of school. The tolls taken on some of these students is startling, and yet the district waits. The vaccines for teachers and staff are not coming quick enough. The state is having shortages of vaccine availability, and now the state is thinking of doing away with their tier system going based on age. If that happens, most teachers won't be able to get vaccinated next. With the way things are going, next school year will also be distance learning if the district does not take measures to even try to bring back small groups of students. I saw that special needs children are going to be able to go back, which is fantastic. What about the general population of students? You're leaving parents and students to figure it out. The schools will never be ready to bring back children if you're just expecting the pandemic to be over. COVID seems to be here to stay, so we need to work towards getting some children back. The New York Times wrote an article about the fifth largest district in our country, that is Nevada, and how they are given the green light to bring back some elementary age students because of their alarming rates of suicides and hospitalizations of students 5 and up that are linked to depression. This will not go away and only get worse for students as they continue to be isolated from other children. Ignoring parents also won't make this go away. Please help. At this point, I'm begging you to consider something other than throwing more videos at kids and thinking that this is going to fix their emotional well being. Thank you, Ashley Newman. Okay.
So there are two more, Carla. One is from Mariana and Johnny, and the other is from Lutrella.
I don't have those two. I have one from a teacher.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can read those two.
okay. So
And do you want to
this
read
one
the
is,
one from?
yeah.
Yep.
As we start to draw closer to the idea of reopening schools again, I have heard some concerns and have some of my own. First, while I have heard a great deal about teachers being vaccinated to returning, which I do appreciate, I have heard little to nothing about the health of kids. It has been proven that they are no more resistant to COVID than adults. 6 students in my daughter's first grade class alone have contracted COVID while outside of the school environment, let alone the number we have continued to hear about across the district that would have closed our schools. What is going to be done to keep them healthy? Second, if we do get sick, nothing has been discussed about how that will be handled. Will we have to use our 10 sick days and then be docked pay for substitutes? This seems to be particularly difficult for someone in my situation with a two-parent teacher household and a daughter that will be back in the classroom. If one of us gets sick, we're all out for 2 weeks. It seems there should be a policy regarding this. Third, it seems to teachers that the only safety precautions being taken in reopening are the teachers being vaccinated and temperatures being taken at the door. Will the district be doing anything else? Cleaning between classes, installing plexiglass? Are we going to be expected to go back to normal? None of this information is being conveyed to teachers, if it has been planned at all. If it has been planned, it would make teachers feel a lot better if the district shared their plans with us. Lastly, I know there are 12% of parents who have been wanting us to go back since August, but have they been made aware what it will be like to go back? The last time we were seriously discussing the hybrid model, it meant no free recess, lunch, no PE, students walking one way in the halls, social distancing, etc. Do parents know how strict a return to school will have to be? And on that note, does the district have a plan in regards to enforcing strict safety rules? I know this is a lot, but all the chatter since the vaccine has begun to roll out has been now we can all go back. It seems like this idea is being pushed, rushed, but unless it isn't being communicated to teachers, it doesn't seem like there is much of a plan surrounding reopening. Thank you.
All right,
And I
Carla,
don't, I don't have the other two.
I've got them here.
Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Ochoa and Board of Trustees. I'd like to begin by publicly recognizing the work the district is doing to support families who've been impacted by COVID. Over the break, our family was directly impacted. My child's teachers and the district nurse responded quickly by reaching out to see how they could support us. It was a challenging time for our family, and the support of the district was greatly appreciated. I'd also like to urge you to continue to prioritize the safety of our students by prioritizing science and facts. The assumption is that kids are not impacted by the virus. Most children will present asymptomatically, but not all will. There are children who will show symptoms. I've talked to several families where the children presented a headache, fever, chills, and fatigue. The alarming fact is that just because kids are asymptomatic, the research is beginning to show that there could be lasting effects for some, and in some cases, the impacts result in death. Also, with kids presenting asymptomatically, there is a misconception that they are not contagious. This information is also incorrect. This is why they are considered super spreaders. As you begin the conversation about bringing small groups back on campus, please continue the conversation with equity at the center. Please keep in mind our most vulnerable populations. Think about the actual students you are talking about when using the new vocabulary that is appearing when it comes to education. COVID slide, learning loss, learning acceleration, etc. We say these words are used in general, but based on the conversations I've had, this will be the language we use to identify the gaps that our marginalized communities present. Parents are working hard even with the barriers. Teachers are working just as hard. So much can be said about how anyone in the field of education has shown up and has been at the mercy of the community as this has all unfolded. When staff says they are not comfortable returning to the building, please respect that. It does not mean that they care less than someone who is insisting to open schools. It means that there's an emotional toll that it takes to know that you have a classroom full of kids you do not want to see suffer. It means that they have families and lives outside of school and their careers. I know our kids deserve better and more. I know that nothing could ever replace in-person instruction. That's why I've written over the last meetings. But the time is right, and I want our kids, or I'm sorry, when the time is right, I want our kids to see the teachers they left on March 13th. I want their teachers and their families to be there to see them through the milestones. I do not want the heartache of seeing an open chair where someone important in our lives was supposed to be sitting. Thank you for all that you do and all that you've done. Please know that the community sees, feels, and appreciates it. Also, a huge thank you to the Sarah Vista staff and AAA staff for all the support they have offered our children. Thank you, Mariana Alvarez, AAA and Sarah Vista parent. And one more comment, and that is from, hello everyone. I am Lutrella Nakar, special education teacher at SOAR Therapeutic Program. I am writing this email just to express my concern about the reopening of our program. We have agreed that SOAR will be coming back to campus next week. I understand that this step is very important to our program, especially for our students with mental health issues. We've been preparing them for in-person since the plan of coming back was set. I am afraid that this change may affect them emotionally. And also we inform the parents about this transition. I know distance learning is hard for all of us, but I hope you would be able to come up with the best decision for the welfare of our students and teachers. Thank you for everything you do in this unprecedented time. We really appreciate all your efforts. Lutrella Eastern Akar, STC teacher, Service to Elementary. And that is our last public comment.
Okay, so,
Can
yes,
Can we let the public know that we want to make sure that they email the correct address just for future board meetings? That way we make sure that we have everything. So that's on our website, right, Superintendent Ochoa?
Every agenda it's listed the same way it has been for the last 7 months. So what we do is, I just think some community members might go and find your emails on the website and just email you that way.
Okay.
So we'll promote that via the agendas themselves, and we'll put a banner on our webpage as well. And then the email that they all come into, the board meeting at hasd.org, I will ask our IT staff to route it to your email, Carla, so you get every single one. You'll just need to kind of put them in a separate folder for the meetings.
And the
All right.
people can also call in.
And that's all yours, Jen.
Okay.
Back to you.
So we had, because I was just so eager to get things going, we had did a vote on consent items except for 7H.
That's
And
correct.
so now we're going to have a discussion about 7H. Would that be correct?
So what we'll do right now, Jen, is somebody will make a motion to approve the consent agenda without 7H.
We already did that.
We did that earlier.
You approve the agenda, but now you need to approve item 7. You need to approve the consent. So before, what you were doing was you were approving the overall, the full agenda.
Okay. All right, I'll ask for approval of the consent items minus 7H.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 So it's 5-0.
So that brings us to item 7H.
Okay, 7H is approval of the contract with Sports for Learning for 2020, 2021 distance learning to provide parent access and specific social emotional lessons each week while being physically active. You want to talk about that, Mr. Kane?
I could start, or Mr. Ward, you want to? Oh, he's silent. Basically, this comes from, if you recall, a board meeting, I believe it was last November, where the HESTA Teachers Union president basically gave a report as to their evaluation of how distance learning was going. And they seemed to be very concerned that the kids were spending a lot of time academically at the computer and not really having any other outside time other than academic time. That concerned me because, having an athletic background, I know how important exercise is. I also know how important a break in academic learning on a daily basis is. So I was looking around for various things. I resent a little bit the idea that these are just videos being shown to the kids. These aren't just videos being shown to the kids. These are well thought out exercise programs, as well as the social emotional issues that go along with what they're dealing with. So it's just not like a PE teacher getting up and telling you to jump around and exercise. It's a combination. They're 15 to 20 minutes. They're well produced. They're well thought out. And it's not something that's going to replace anything. It's something that we are going to use as a tool until we do get back into out of distance learning. This is solely for distance learning. And in the chance that hopefully it'll never happen, that somehow one of these viruses or the virus does mutate again to where we don't have a vaccine that will take care of this. If we have to go back to distance learning, we'll have it right off the bat instead of having to wait to do this. I don't know, Mr. Ward, would you like to add anything to this?
Sure. Good evening, everybody. Kip Ward, Director of Student Services. Yeah, thank you. So Sports for Learning, it is, you're correct. It's a program that incorporates social emotional learning with an exercise warm up in the beginning and then an exercise finisher at the end. The kind of the basic structure is it's 3 lessons per week per grade level band. So you have your band of TK through 2nd, then you have your band of 3rd through 5th, and then your band of 6th through 8th. They start with some sort of a warm up, and then the SEL lessons will range from decision making, getting along, making wise choices, etc. And then at the end, there's a quick exercise activity at the end to get the students moving. And like Mr. Kane mentioned, they average about 20 minutes.
Yeah, and as I said before, they are broken down to age appropriate levels. Obviously, an eighth grader isn't going to be seeing the same video as a kindergartner. They are broken down and they're age appropriate and directed for those specific ages. So I thought it was an excellent program and brought it back and had Mr. Ward review it. And I assume he agrees. He seems to agree. And I'm 100% behind it. I think it's an excellent deal. And it's an excellent thing for us to have in case something like this happens again, because we don't know that. I'm still a little reticent. Hopefully it won't ever happen again. But if it does, at least we'll have this in place.
I do want to share with the board, I got an email from our teacher union president. She emailed comments about this item. So I want to be able to read her comments into the meeting. Is that okay, Steve?
Fine with me.
Okay. So this is from Angela Hagans. I am the president of the Hollister Elementary School Teachers Association. I wanted to make clear that HESTA's concerned with the board voting to approve this program. Only part of the concern has to do with the $18,000 price tag for approximately 5 months of school, when we already have qualified teachers to provide quality PE and social emotional program for our students. The greater concern has to do with our PE teachers themselves. They were dispersed to various positions in order to help our district when finances were a huge unknown, as well as the uncertainty that came with this great endeavor that we have taken on this year. They have been amazing team players in taking up what has been asked of them. Now, when we know more and the duties we were expecting the PE teachers to fulfill have settled out, we can return them to what they love most, PE instruction. They do not need a program to follow. This is their passion, and they have a great number of years of experience under their belts. We can save the district money and return the PE teachers to provide instruction at the schools. Purchasing this program sends the message to them that they are not valued members of our district. I don't believe that you believe that. I ask tonight that you give your appreciation for their service more than just talk. Show them what they do is important and have faith in their expertise. Thank you.
Go ahead, Carla.
I have a couple questions. I just want to make sure I understand. So this program is separate from the issue of PE teachers, number one, right?
Totally.
Yes.
Just want to give out verification. And then the other question is, if we were to have this video program, would this be for the elementary teachers versus the PE teachers to share with the students? It would, how would that how would that look? Who's
It can be,
going to implement it and talk about it in the class?
yeah, it can be accessed by any teacher in the district. But it is, like we mentioned earlier, it is set up by grade level bands. The TK through 2 is one lesson, 3 through 5, and then 6 through 8, but anybody can access it.
So are we thinking of not including our PE teachers in the with the videos? Is that the thinking?
I don't know how, you mean actually in the videos
No,
themselves?
no, like I'm thinking, these 20 minutes, is it going to be done by the teacher that's teaching that day? So it's K through, I get the different ages. So we're not going to include the PE teacher as a one to help out and facilitate or talk about it. I'm just curious, trying to understand.
Sure. No, that's a possibility. Any teacher could access that link. It's a link that's given per site. And also the parents can access it at any time as well.
Okay.
One of the side benefits in talking to this company, when they started this program, they figured it was just for kids, but we didn't realize, especially with the younger kids, you got parents right there too. It's one of the parents' favorite things of the day because it gives them a chance to be with their child in a different setting than academic. You could exercise with them. You could be part of the social emotional discussion. You might find out some things that's on your child's mind that you wouldn't have found out otherwise. So it's to promote those types of things. And it's not a daily thing. It's when a teacher wants to access it, it's there. If the teacher feels it's necessary for whatever reason, it's there. It's just something that's being made available. And to me,
I
it
think,
would be a valuable asset to have for us. Again, if something like this happens again, we can start it right off from the beginning instead of having to wait 5 months or 6 months to get something like this going.
I think it's something that each school site needs to discuss with their teachers, how they want to, preview it and how they want to use it. It sounds like, each sometime during the week, maybe it's 1 or 2 days or, uh, however they decide. But I think it's something that needs to be discussed at the school site, or first off, by upper management, how it wants to be used, and then how it's going to be done at each school site.
Yeah, I was
Um,
thinking similar, Jan. I was thinking if if the staff and the teachers can talk about how to implement it,
that's right.
when to implement it. Is there a minimum standard that we want people to use it, or because I don't know if we're gonna pay $18,000. I don't feel comfortable saying, well, use it if you want, don't use it.
Well,
Like,
in middle
no, use it,
school, yeah,
right?
in middle school, is this going to be part of science? Is this going to be, where are you going to put that 20 minutes? Because they only have 41-minute periods. So, you have to think about where is this going to go? And so there has to be some discussion with the teachers and site administrators, how this is going to be dealt with. And, at the grade levels, where are they going to pull that out? What part of the day they're going to take that out?
Hmm.
And I would think upper management needs to think about how they want to see this to be used. But
And
it
I
is
just
in
had
no
another.
way to replace a PE teacher. That is not what this program is
No,
meant
it's
to
not.
do. And if we have offended or given the idea that we are even
Not valuing
thinking
people.
of this program to replace a PE teacher with a 20-minute exercise, social emotional exercise, um, I would think that our physical education teachers would think that we know a little bit more than that. Lisa?
Could it be an asynchronous learning opportunity? Something that doesn't happen during the scheduled school day, but is part of, let's say, homework.
I think this is something that our district administrators, our site administrators, our teachers need to work out. I don't think the board needs to tell them how to do it.
No,
We are
to me,
buying them the
it's another
opportunity to
tool.
use it.
It's a tool in our box of
Arsenal.
tools.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's right.
and certainly every school site should decide how it's going to be. It might be used one way at a middle school. It might be used another way at an elementary school.
Yeah.
All we want to do is offer them the tools. This
Mm-hmm.
particular tool, use it as you will. Sure, have
That's
teachers, have
right.
a teachers meeting, decide exactly how it is going to be used at your school. But it's just giving you something more to offer than what we're offering right now. Because I don't know for sure when everybody's going to be back. We need to
None of
have
us
something
do.
like this. So that's why I brought it up.
So I think,
Carla?
I think it's good clarification that it's not just exercise, that you're also talking about social, emotional learning, that you're talking about
Mm-hmm.
life skills, right? So I think that's where I think people got a little, and I understandably so, right? Like, wait, why are you replacing? And we're not. I'm
Yeah.
glad that you're saying we're not replacing our PE teachers or any
Yeah.
of our teachers that, that we value. Another question is, if we do buy this program and for whatever reason, in a dream world, things are better and kids return to school, then what are we going to do with the program?
Well, we keep it in the toolbox. I could see in a scenario where that might be used maybe in a special ed class, SDC class. I could see it being used as a elective class, where you can, like if we were on a wheel, a 6-week wheel. I mean, I could see some other uses for it. So it
Okay.
depends on how our administrators and our teachers want to look at it.
And I think I mean, I appreciate, the thoughtfulness, and I trust, Mr. Kane, and, his expertise. And I wonder, just putting it out there, because sometimes we get an opportunity to see samples of the things we purchase. If there's any way that we could do that, I don't want to delay anything, but would that hurt, us being able to implement it, if we ask for a pause to be able to see the curriculum, to see at least the sample?
Kip, don't you have
Yeah,
samples, Vic?
we do. Yeah,
Yeah.
we could share a link that has some samples.
I think that would be good.
Liz, you're
I
muted.
think
Okay, go ahead.
my only question was, being that we have a lot of Spanish speakers, in our district, are these videos going to be provided also in Spanish? Because, I mean, we need to serve our population
Equity,
in
yes.
their own language, and that would be a concern for me if they're not in Spanish, um, because all of our families are hurting, and we definitely need to make sure that these activities and avenues are available for all. And just the other question, as far as this, I don't have a anything contrary to what everybody has said about the program, but I think having a clear expectation as to, I mean, it's another tool, as Board Member Kane indicated. But it's kind of nice to loop people in and give them an overview and a way, like Jan was saying, at each site with the principals during uh, their sessions with the teachers, if we're accessing or giving them these tools so that they can readily outline those things for them, and give them an example of as to how to incorporate it in their day. Just pull out a couple samples of teachers daily schedule, and work with a couple to kind of help them work it in if they wanted to. But we need to really start looking at avenues to help our teachers find ways to utilize the tools and not feel like, oh my gosh, okay, it's one more thing I gotta somehow
Mhm.
maneuver into my schedule. um, and so we just I want us to keep that in mind and be mindful of everything that's on their plate, and for parents as well. And we want this to be a positive tool, and it's just how we bring it forward and provide them with
What's used.
those resources to
Mhm.
implement it.
And just to let the board know, it is subtitled in Spanish, all of the videos, all the social emotional lessons.
Okay. All right. So it is, well, is anybody ready to make a motion? Do you want to discuss it more? Or do you want to put this for the next uh, board meeting and have it previewed by more teachers? What is the board's desire here?
I would
Flag?
like to suggest that, for the board to consider, a little more overview, and have our staff and principals, administration have an opportunity to look it over and see how we're going to implement this, just to be more thoughtful. But
Okay.
it's one opinion.
Well, how does the rest of the board feel?
Well, I don't mind it being previewed. My concern is if we wait another month to do it, that's a month that the kids still don't have this. And that was my concern all along. I wish we had it back in December,
Right.
but going through this process takes a long time, as we've found out. And every month we wait is one less month that the kids have it. I agree that the teachers need to look at it. Administration needs to look at it, but it needs to be quick. We can't just, at your leisure kind of thing, because that's another month delay. And by the time we approve it, if we did in another month, then it'd be halfway through the next month before it's out there. So who knows? That'd be my only concern about that. If we could assure a way of getting that looked at quickly and get an opinion back from principals and teachers, that would be fine. But I don't know that we can wait a month to do that.
Diego, is there some way we could do this quickly?
The next school board meeting is a month from now, so the board would need to call a special board meeting.
To do that.
Right. I mean, it's not an issue of to me, it's not really, I think we just have to be with the understanding that if we do approve it, that it's not with the clear expectation that 90% of our teachers are going to be utilizing it. I think that
Yeah.
we have to come to that realization as a board that we're going to be spending this allocation of money for another tool for our teachers to have at their disposal now, if they feel it's it's necessary and relevant for each individual class setting. I'm not against it. I just, if we can, like Carla said, be thoughtful about things like this, kind of do that background work with our staff and get them to really buy into it and see, I'm not saying it's a bad program. We just don't know, and how it's going to be utilized or how many people are going to want to use it. So, but if we know going in at this point of the game and where we're at, like Steve said, with that understanding, then that's what we got to just vote on tonight.
Another question, if the 18,000 is if we buy the district, is there an option of, like, let's say certain sites or like, oh, sign me up, and would it be a smaller cost if we did it that way, or is it just like a one fee, the whole district?
I think it's a flat fee. Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a site
Yeah, it's a flat
license.
fee. Yeah, it's not based on usage.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Okay.
Okay. Can I get a motion here from somebody, please?
I move that we accept not agenda item, consent agenda
Consent item.
7H for approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Um,
Aye.
I'm
Carla
probably
still
doing
has a question. Hold on.
yes,
sorry.
I'm probably doing
Discussion.
an out of order thing, but is it
No,
okay to?
okay.
still can open for discussion, even
Right,
after
okay.
the first and second.
Okay, just with the caveat, if we approve that, there is going to be that discussion follow up with at site per site with everyone.
Oh, I absolutely agree with that. It has to be done. I have to know
Okay.
that this is going to be used. If teachers aren't going to use it, I don't want it. I mean, this was something I thought that they wanted. If I'm wrong, fine, then we won't do it. But if we're going to do this, they need to use it. I mean, it's
So we're going
pointless.
to approve it, and then when we have further discussion, if they don't like it, we won't buy it. Does that work?
Okay.
Would that be too late?
I don't know. Does that work, Diego?
How does that work?
Repeat that, Jen. I'm sorry, I didn't catch
Okay.
that. Right.
So what we're doing is we're going to make a motion that we
Mhm.
approve it on the condition that if our administrators and teachers decide that they don't like it, that we won't buy it. Can't work.
No,
That's what I thought.
no, you're either approving the contract or you're not.
Or you're not. It's that simple.
Okay.
And I want to make clear a couple of things. One is the program that we're talking about is it's a highly successful program. It is being implemented in districts throughout the state of California.
Hundreds.
It provides equity and access to children, regardless of when the lesson is shown, regardless of when they engage with the lesson. They can do it before school even starts or after school, on the weekends, in the evenings. Kit actually shared the videos and the links with 3 of our principals to kind of get their flavor, get them to check it out a little bit. Steve obviously heard about the presentation and knows how the program works. So I think ultimately what the board is responsible for doing is to determine, yes, you support it, or no, you don't support it, because if we bring it back 30 days from now, we can do that. And I can maybe,
Yeah, I just think that's too late.
it might be too late. The other thing to consider is, one of the things that's very real and out there is, the potential for remaining on distance learning for 6 more weeks, and 9 and 12, and depending on when the board would vote. So this gives something additional, something new, something that's more of a
Yeah,
resource.
we give them something for their toolbox.
Yeah. So
Um,
I'll just kind of wrap it up there and let the board,
Okay.
we do have a motion that
well,
was
we
made.
did have a
What
motion.
you didn't say
and we
what the
did
3
have a
principals
second.
said that looked at it. What did the 3 principals say?
They all thought it was a good program and thought it would benefit students. And 2 of the principals that I had discussions with were really focused on the fact that they were in-depth social emotional lessons, which is what we know is needed right now more than anything.
That's the
Yeah.
part that impressed me, that part of it, not just the exercise, because I am concerned about their social emotional health. And this is until they get back, this is the closest thing we have for everybody, anybody to access, including parents. They can access this too. It's not like it has to be done through.
Anytime?
Okay.
And no, anytime we could access it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. It's a great program. It's too bad you didn't get a chance to preview it, but it's a very nice program. I highly recommend it.
okay. So we had a motion, and we had a second. And so now I'm calling for the vote. All in favor? Aye.
I
Aye.
Aye.
So 5-0. So it passed 7H 5-0. Now we're at information item, report on current district communication strategies, page 196.
Well, here we go, folks. Let me jump to it in my agenda here. Pulling it up here. All right. Tonight's presentation is really at the request of and after my meeting with one of our newest school board member, Lisa Marks. Lisa has a background with communications and integrating content and educating others. And so she and I had a great conversation a little bit less than a month ago about how the district communicates with parents and how the district communicates with the larger community of San Benito County. And so after talking with her, one of the things that we agreed was that we would start tonight by really opening the door to the idea of the district's communication strategies. But the first step would be to just have a conversation about what are we currently doing to convey messages to our greater community. So that's what tonight's presentation is. And if you'll play along with me, I'll take you through it. The second slide is a quote about effective communication helping transform a good school district into a great school district. And the reason I share that with the board is because I believe that there are so many good things happening for children in our school district. Um, I believe that we are incredibly lucky to have one of the most outstanding bilingual education programs in the entire state of California. The Hollister Dual Language Academy, people would bend over backwards to have a program like that. I mean, it is really something special. Um, the joint band between Mays and Rancho, pulling together kids from two different middle schools to perform annually at the events that our staff is able to do is just amazing. AAA is annually in the top 10 middle schools in the state of California. And the list goes on and on. What I think is important for us to think about is how we communicate those messages to everyone in our larger school community, so that when they think of the Hollister School District, the good that is done in our district is constantly at the forefront. It's something that we're constantly talking about in our community. And what that takes us to is, why do we communicate? The first reason is to provide information on district-wide issues. So every year we go through a process of bringing on 650 new kids. So we put posters in front of all of our schools. We send flyers to every household. We make phone calls to every household, and we send text messages, and then we promote it in the local newspaper. And we've done that every year, including this year. When we have meetings in the district, we promote information through those same channels about the meetings in our district. We sent last year over 75 news releases to Benito Link and sanbenito.com and sanbenitolive.com to promote the good work that was happening in the district. And then through social media and through websites and newsletters, we promote information that is site specific as well as district-wide. Taking us to our current strategies, we share stories on our district webpage. We send press releases to San Benito Live and Benito Link. I'm actually proud of this one. I shared this with Lisa. We have 1,400 subscribers to our district's YouTube channel. So I'm feeling really good about that, because when we host events on there, trainings for parents, meetings, town halls, we get hundreds and often thousands of views. And if the board or anyone in the public looks at other local districts for their YouTube pages, you'll see that our membership and our followership and our views are like thousands and thousands ahead of other districts. So that we've tapped into something there. And part of the conversation that I had with Lisa is figuring out how to do the same thing with Facebook and with Twitter, because we're not successful in both of those arenas. So what I would suggest to the board is that we think about expanding our reach. Number one, by being more visible in the community, by holding more meetings once we're able to do it in person, but also virtually. I think we should produce district-wide newsletters. I think we should produce an annual report. I think we should invest to improve the district's Facebook presence and the district's webpage and the district's Twitter. And I think that we should invest to coordinate all of those pieces. So when we promote something, it goes to Facebook and Twitter and YouTube and the website all in one fell swoop. So I wanted to open up there for the board, to give the board an opportunity to basically ask me any questions, to discuss where we go from here, to ask how do we get started, or for you to tell me, no, this is not a priority, and focus on other things.
Liz?
We've actually been talking about this for some years, as far as our presence and having that PR. out in the community. Nobody's going to know, our successes unless we tell them. And, um, nobody can tell your story better than yourself. Um, and so, I don't like waiting for others to kind of twist things, and manipulate the information that gets shared out there. I always want to be, and when things are shared, or miscommunicated, our obligation is to always, you know, um, inform, give that perspective from the district to clarify things. I don't like staying quiet, because whenever you stay quiet, people make the assumption that you have something to hide, or that their facts are true above yours. um, so I think this is crucial, for the health and welfare of this district, and to be the strong, uh, organization that we know it is, and to show, or showcase, all the great people we have in it that are doing great work every single day. And I think we really, it's not just talking about it. We actually have to designate someone, in my opinion, that is going to be our PR person, and that's what they're going to do. That is going to be their basic function, is to maintain our websites, to maintain, our pages, and keep pushing out, and it, so if it's one of our teachers who is a, articulate English major, who can maneuver all this stuff, is good with technology, shoot, why not give them the opportunity to do this for us?
Well, I personally, I'm all behind this. Being from the old school, the non-tech school, I have fully come to appreciate the value of, for lack of a better word, advertisement. Uh, when I, just before I got on the board, about the only thing you ever heard about Hollister School District was negative, negative. To Superintendent Ochoa's credit, he has done a great job of putting positive things instead of negative things, responding quickly if there is a negative thing put out there. That's what we need to do. And, with modern technology, we should be able to do this. Now, who would be in charge of that? I guess that's up for discussion. But I do think it does need to be done. And going back to Liz, let's be proactive, not reactive. We don't want to react to articles written about us. We want to write those articles, get it out there first. And so I would be 100% behind this. I think this is an excellent idea, and we need to move forward with this, because in the new technology, this is where it's at. This is where you communicate with people.
I want to add that this is something that we've been needing for a long time. I think that it's important to acknowledge our strengths and our weaknesses. And one of our weaknesses is our communication. And unfortunately, that sometimes, even and we've talked about this, right? Sometimes I'll be like, well, where do I find that? Should I go on the website? Did I get it in an email? Is it in a text? And that's crazy making for all of us, right? So it would be nice find a location, right? Whether it's our web page and in the newsletter. I love the idea, and I'm wondering, ideally, it would be nice also to have in this newsletter the links to each of the schools. So even though, my children attend this school, as a community person, I'd like to know what's going on at our Hardin or, Calaveras. So it'd be nice to be able to access everything easily, because each school is doing great things. And the Facebook thing would be great, because there's a lot of chatter on Facebook. Sometimes messages are false, it's fake news, and or misleading. And it'd be nice to be able to say, oh, whoever's in charge of it could put our link and say, here's what's really going on. And that way it's factual information, whether it's, whether it's depending on, regardless of people's opinion, the factual information could be there. So I'm really excited about this.
Lisa, you've been
I'm
very
excited. Everybody else is excited. And I was just sitting here thinking on the fly as you all were talking too, and thinking about how we could even give each school spotlight, you know, every 2 weeks, where they get a chance to put something out on the district or propose something for the district as a shout out, besides pointing to the schools individually. And although I think it's a great thing that we do by sending emails out to everybody, which I was previously unaware of because I don't have a child in the district, we need to appeal to people like myself who don't have a child in the district, so that we can do those shout outs and get them heard and get that community backing, especially if some of the other, ideas that we've come up with for community involvement and community assimilation. That's a great way to start building that energy, to get people to want to participate. And there are plenty of people who either have children or no longer in the district, but who had children go through the district, or who are retirees, who have time on their hands, who might want to put in volunteer work, right? But if they don't even know what's going on and what our aims are, they don't have that opportunity, I feel. Anyway, I'm excited about the possibility, but I do think, and Diego and I talked about this, that it needs to be, we should have an overarching plan ahead of time and a measured way that we go about it, because it can be easily overwhelming if you try to do it all at once.
Yeah.
So we would need to figure out what's the highest priority, and then kind of fold in the other things as we could.
Because even as you're reaching different, segments of our community, whether they have kids or not, the thing is that we do outreach, even if we, about our bonds. And that's a huge, because you got to get buy-in from everyone, not just the parents who have kids in our school district. So moving forward as well, for any future needs that we may have, knowing what we've done with their current, bonds that we have, and, even showcasing that, just, it's always in the forefront. It's always, because they need to know that all of their money that they spend for property taxes is coming, the returns are there for our kids. And so it's super, super important, to always be telling our story out there, because we need our community, and they got to know that we're doing great things on their behalf, for them supporting our district.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everybody, did Jan go away?
She must be.
Yes.
Jan get dropped off, but I have Brandon calling her to try to get her back on.
Back on again.
Okay, thanks.
I do want to say, the text message I got from her says asking if I lost power. So just keep that.
Oh,
But Rancho Santana School is one of the items for later tonight. And, I've been publicly lobbying for the school to adopt the Trojans as their mascot, which I'm sure will please Naz and various other Notre Dame fans. And I think if they could figure out how to name that school the Trojans, I think we could do a spotlight for them every month where we just.
Oh my God.
There she is.
Ándale.
Mute, Jan.
Back.
Mute.
you're on
Hold
mute,
up.
Jen.
Hold up your mug. That's you. You're muted.
That's funny.
I'm not a
There you go.
mutation.
Now I can hear you.
At least I'm not a mutation.
The assistant principals, when I would meet with them, there's about 15 of them. So I would always mute myself because they would talk, and then I would go on and on and on, and I would be muted the whole time. So for Christmas, they got me that you're on mute. But Jan, we were just kind of circling back around talking about this idea of district communications. What I would like to propose to the board is that the board would direct me to establish a district communications plan in the next 6 months, so that when we start the school year, August 2021, we have a new plan in place and we're ready to move and ready to take action. Because it will take time for me to bring to the board some ideas on what are our first steps, and then bring together the right group of people, so that everyone feels that they have a voice in the process. Because I think what's going to be essential is that we acknowledge that the a very, very large community of Spanish only speaking families deserve to have some specific communication directed towards them that is different than an English speaking, English only speaking community member. That's different if you're a Spanish speaking parent. So we got to come up with a really good plan that recognizes
That's
everyone,
equitable to all.
not just the people who are like us.
Yes.
Well,
Okay,
yeah,
I just want to make something really clear that I feel very, um, I went through a period where I nearly lost my sight. And so manipulating websites, if it's not clear and easy to use, it becomes very overwhelming. And I want to see that if I go to HDLA and then I go to Sunny Slope, they should be, if I'm looking for specific information, they should be in the same places.
oh, that's a great point.
If I go to Maze and I go to Rancho and I want to look at the basketball schedules, they should be in the same place. So I want to see that there is uh, a conformity that not each, we have 11 schools coming up. Our parents should not have to look for, especially since we have kids going to all these different places. I want to see conformity in where you find the information. And I think that's very important. And I want our district website to be very informational friendly, that we don't have to hunt and peck for everything. That's a big, that really upsets me when I can't find something easily. They should be easy to find. And so that's my big deal is that I understand schools want their logos and all that. And I get that. And, but when it comes about for, what's in the week, okay, they can have their little special design and stuff, but it's going to be in the same place as what's in the week that's going on at Calaveras, what's in the week that's going on at Lad Lane, but it'll be in the same place. So I don't have to hunt all over the place for it. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
So that's all I care about. And I think that everything that you said, I know I missed some of it, but Diego and I have had several conversations about it. And it's something that Lisa brought up that I think we're woefully inept and we need to get our game together. And
I wouldn't say
just,
woefully. I mean
I know.
that hey, you're
when it comes to Twitter and Facebook, and I'm sorry, I give up sometimes. I can't find things. I just get frustrated.
I think you brought up a great point.
Hey, my
as
mom
far as
watches
having a
me
structure.
for me, guys.
So do we want to build in, and can I just bring this up for some sort of a questionnaire that says what kind of information would you most like to see when you come to the district website and the school website, just to make sure that we've already got the bases covered. Something might come up, and it could spur that forward, and it should go for the district level website, but also for your individual school website, so that we could get that kind of information. I feel like that would be a fairly easy thing to
I think
do.
these are things as a board that we can give to Diego that we want to see.
Well, right. I was addressing it to him.
Right. That we give to Diego, and then when he talks to whoever he hires and whoever, that they understand what the board expects.
And the other thing I'd like to say, I'm sorry. The other thing I'd like to see, if it's possible or easy to do, would be to see if there's a way to find a couple of school districts that do it really well. and use those as possible boilerplates for ideas. So, but I don't know how easy that is.
Carla?
I would also want us to be considerate of that, thinking about generational
Mhm.
differences. Number one,
Right.
thinking about technology knowledge, right? I had my 10-year-old help me get on the Zoom call today. And I thought I'm a little tech savvy. So I just want to make sure that we don't do away with text, email, and that we are consistent in our messages, right? So if it
Mhm.
says this here, then it's going to say that the same thing here.
Mhm.
So that would be my only, if we can keep in mind.
Liz?
I'd like to also incorporate in your planning team if you can include perhaps some parents on
Yeah.
there on the team,
Yeah,
just
I
to
agree with
and the
that.
different levels of
Right.
savviness when it comes to technology, because I think getting that perspective from actual parents that would,
And
you know,
grandparents.
yeah, well, yeah, exactly. But I think getting those a part of the team just to kind of get that flavor as
Well, and
to,
I would think Spanish speaking parents too.
yeah. Well,
Yes,
that's kind of what I was
definitely.
referencing. Yes.
Yeah,
Um,
easiest for them.
yeah,
Mhm.
and again, at the different levels of comfort with technology, because
Well,
again,
yeah.
that's going to give us the structure of, like Jan was saying, things that there are some people that are a click of a button, they know how to maneuver things, and but there's some of us that are just like, how do I use this? you
Me,
know
Yeah.
and all the tools
guilty.
that are in there, you have no idea how to even, I can open my email, but I don't know how to reply. I don't know how to, and
But
we have so many parents that are in that situation. And so
right. But if and we do have parents that their kids go to different schools. So that's why I want to see them be in the same format so that, they're it's easy for them. And we shouldn't make life difficult for our parents. So,
Yeah,
how
one
does
thing
that sound?
Sounds good to
I,
me.
yeah.
So I think you've got I think everybody is in agreement that this is something that we would like to see done.
You have your directions.
Yeah. And you've got an expert to help you.
exactly.
Don't call
Yay.
me.
No, no, call Carla, our daughter. She'll help us.
Yeah.
She's the perfect age.
I guarantee you we should have some savvy students on that at some point doing a beta testing or something.
Okay,
Right.
so I think we're ready now to go to 8B,
Hi,
which
Gwen.
is the special education small group reopening program in 2021.
Good evening,
And
everyone.
hi, how are you,
Hi,
Gwen?
I'm doing great. Good evening, board members. Good evening, Superintendent Ochoa, and to all our staff and families who are watching us right now. It's super cold here at the district office. I think Diego turned off the heater. Oh, wow. And welcome to Hollister School District Board Member Lisa Marks. We're glad to have you on board. So before I proceed, I just want to acknowledge our Sped team, the district nurses who helped us in putting together the protocols to safely reopen for small cohorts for students with special needs. And also I would like to say a special mention to Maya Cruz, who is the creative brain of the team. She did an amazing job in designing this plan, putting it all together to make sure that it's highly visual for the families that we serve, and it's more reader friendly rather than looking at it, with all the words put together. So thank you to the team, thank you to our special education team who helped us with this plan. I just want to walk you through with our SPED reopening plan. Just to give you a brief background on how we put together this plan. When we got the guidelines from the California the Department of Public Health back in August for the safe reopening for small cohorts for those students who have the most vulnerable needs, and that includes our students with special needs. It took us good amount. It took us like good amount of time to come up with a comprehensive plan, and also come up with a good team to help us with putting together a safety protocol to ensure that our staff and the students that we serve, will to ensure their safety and health when they come back in person. This includes all of the learning phases that we go through as we pivot in and out of distance learning, as well as the educational opportunities that we provide to our students with special needs. It does outline all the curriculum and instructions that we will be using in each of the phases, and also the access to technology, because we want to make sure that our students with special needs have equitable access to learning even during remote instruction. I just want to direct the board to page 207. It does talk about our journey, our special education journey, when we had to shut down our schools on March 13th. And when we were putting together this timeline, we became very emotional and really proud of our special education staff, service providers, our site administrators, who really exerted so much effort to make sure that our students with special needs have access to learning during the time that everything, was unknown, right? Starting from March 2020 and laying it all down up to, this time, up to January of 2021. And it would say that our special education department never stopped. From the time we closed our doors on March 13, we were going above and beyond each month to make sure that our students will continue their instruction even during summertime. And I think out of all teaching staff within our school district, our SDC teachers never stopped teaching. And our extended school year was extra extended school year because it went over August 1st. So they only had literally a week to regroup and plan for the next school year. So they never stopped. And it just makes us really proud of the staff who are working for our students who have the most significant needs. I would like to direct the board to page 200. 230, which talks about the parents, the results of the parent survey. As we all know, we did open our doors for our moderate to severe program back in October. And due to a more cautious approach by the district, we did postpone it, we did close it, because of the surge that has been going on, that did happen back in during the holiday break. And we see, we see somehow that it's decreasing a bit, but it's not that significant yet. So we did want to get the input of our family, the families that we serve, because we did commit to our parents that we will give them a notification by this time on how we're going to move forward or not. So what you have in your plan is the information that we got 2 weeks ago. I'm going to provide you with the updated information. So it's going to be on page 228. So for Lad Lane moderate to severe program, we have, 9 parents who wanted the school district or the Lad Lane school to open as soon as possible. we have a few parents who wanted to hold off, a bit, and see how the cases would go decrease. Sierra Vista SOAR Therapeutic Program, the current update is that we have 7 out of 8 parents. They wanted all their kids to be back in person. And for Rancho, moderate to severe, the number went up. We have like 10 families who want their kids back in school. And we still have a few parents who have not responded yet. This data that we gathered recently is synonymous to the survey that we conducted back in October. We already anticipated how many families would want their kids back, and that's how we prepared Lad Lane during that time. We have 3 teachers on site back in October when we opened our doors, and we have a full-time distance learning teacher who continued serving the kids remotely while we have an in-person instruction happening at Lad Lane. I'm going to open the floor for any questions that you may have regarding our reopening plan and also for discussion.
Well, having my grandson who is mild to moderate and who has instruction 5 days a week, 3.5 hours a day, and then gets another half hour after class for OT, and then he does after class work for his footsteps to brilliance and that kind of stuff, plus gets 2 hours of ABA 5 days a week. He has just done very well, and has he's adding double digits, subtracting. He gets all of the therapies he needs, speech and OT. He also gets that during his ABA time as well. And if we went to the hybrid, he would lose teacher time. He would not see his teacher 5 days a week for 3.5 hours a day. So that's kind of a conundrum. And his mom has said to me, I don't understand that. How is that better when he's losing teacher time? And then, of course, we have the issue of vaccination for our staff. So that's where I'm at. I think what you've done here, everything that your department has done since you have taken over, has been exceptional. And your department totally takes care of our children. That's not an issue. I have utmost respect for the people that you employ and for the job that's being done for our children. But in good conscience, I can't put people to work until we have a vaccine. Mr. Kane?
Couple of things. I concur with everything Jan said. I can tell a lot of work went into this. And you guys did a great job, and I'm very happy with the special ed department. My concern is with her. We did get a letter from a special ed teacher tonight saying he would love to come back and he would love to do this, which is great. The question is, are all of them in that? Are we making people come back that don't want to come back before a vaccine? That's my main question. I do not want to be in a position of saying, you have to come back because we need you to come back without the vaccine. If somebody doesn't care and they have no problem and they have total trust in this system, I have no problem with that. I do have a problem forcing somebody to do something, especially when it comes to COVID. And it doesn't say, I look very carefully here, it doesn't say whether all the teachers and staff that are needed for this are volunteers. They volunteered to come back. Or as these are the people that are picked because these are the programs we want to bring back. Secondly, I understand special ed is just that, special ed, but we have a number of parents who say that their son or daughter is suffering emotionally terribly from this. And what do we tell them if we bring these special ed kids back and don't bring them back? So those are some of my concerns. Could you respond to that?
I would, Carla, and I'll pass it to you after I respond to Steve's comments. So the state of California has identified groups of students as priority groups of students in terms of dealing with the ramifications of this COVID school closure. So those students are students with special needs. Those are migrant students. Those are students who have severe emotional reactions to the distance learning, basically to the school closures. And teachers, for example, at Lad Lane, when we opened in November, because we were open for 3 weeks in November, we had 4 teachers at the school, but some families chose not to bring their kids back at all. So they stayed on distance learning. And at that school, we had a teacher who wanted to remain out of campus. And so she remained on distance learning, and we reorganized case schedules so that she was able to serve those students. And the other 3 teachers served the in-person students. It would be very difficult to do it based solely on a volunteer basis, because with special ed, you have to have the right credential to be able to teach the kids. You also want continuity of service to kids. So it would be hard to pull an RSP teacher from one school and have them teach SDC in a couple of weeks.
Can't do that, yeah.
Yeah. So I'll let Gwen add anything she wants to add about what the teachers are thinking, but my understanding was that the email from the 2 teachers at Sarah Vista that were read to the board tonight were both advocating for opening the SOAR therapeutic program at that school. So at that school, those are the 2 teachers that would return. And my understanding, and I'll let Gwen follow up on this, but my understanding is both of those teachers are asking to come back with their students. Gwen?
I just want to explain a bit how it would look like when we open for small cohorts. Our mode of instruction would definitely be all in person, especially when we provide the specialized academic instruction for those students with special needs. And some of our services may be done remotely. Just like, say, for example, for Lad Lane, they were in class for like a good amount of 2.5 to 3 hours. And then some parts of the day are being attributed to services that are done through distance learning, such as speech or other low incidence service for deaf and hard of hearing, for visual impairment. So with regard to the SOAR therapeutic program, what we have agreed with both unions is for the campus to be open 4 days a week, 4 hours a day, to make sure that they would have that ample amount of time to provide instruction in person, because this is the group of students who have that significant social emotional needs. That's why they have that intense counseling, intense therapeutic program that none of our general education class will ever provide. That's why this program is highly specialized for those who have significant mental health needs. And we do acknowledge, the intensity of the needs that these kids have. And we see it right in our very eyes, how they're struggling remotely as well, even though we have a fantastic set of teachers for this particular program, especially for this school year. And we even have the Diagnostic Center, which is affiliated with Department of Education, supporting our SOAR therapeutic program. But the need is so big that we have to do some services and support beyond what the screen can provide. Um, so again, they will be on site for 4 hours, which is somehow the same with what we're doing via distance learning, but this time rather than remote, we're providing it in person, which is what they need. And they also need to be in a highly structured environment that definitely their families, their home setting and Chamberlain, which a lot of our students are in right now for this therapeutic program, cannot provide. Um,
So let's pass it over to Carla. Carla had her hand up, and then any other board member that wants to chime in after Carla.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. So number one, it says this would be scheduled to start February 1st. Is that still the correct date?
We're
Even though we're in purple tier?
Yeah, so we prepared actually for the November opening. We opened, we closed, and then we communicated to parents that if case numbers were lower, we would open January 11th because the case numbers were astronomical at the time. We notified parents that we would push the date out. So the next, we gave it 3 weeks and we said, okay, February 1st. I think the last 6 days, our case rates in San Benito County have come down a significant amount. Um, I think 4 out of the last 6 days have been 35 or less, as opposed to, in the 80s and 90s and 100 new cases. So we were, we never know until we see that report at 5 o'clock from the county every day on HHSA. But if the numbers would close down, we would be prepared to open next Monday, basically on February 1st. But that's contingent on the case rates being at the appropriate level. And it's contingent on making this presentation to the board and giving the board the opportunity to direct us on whether or not to wait or whether or not to move forward.
So I think
What about
that
your
for me,
paraprofessionals? Are they excited to go back to work?
Let me just share with the board members that all of our staff are eager to find out whether they're going to be moving forward with reopening on Monday. And they're all willing to show up in person tomorrow to proceed with our agenda. The things that we have in line for them, training them with behavior intervention, training them with our safety and health protocols, whether or not we're going to be, opening. So they're on board, even showing on site, for all of the trainings tomorrow.
so what I was gonna say is, and thank you, Jen, for asking that, is that I sometimes I put myself in the shoes of a staff person, right? And if I was a person watching and thinking, oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm doing on Monday. I might have to go in on Monday. That's a lot of uneasiness and anxiety. And
Mhm.
so I'm not comfortable with saying, approving for us to move forward with something so quick on Monday when we just got out of this, these cases were so high for the last couple of weeks. And I also feel similar to our board president in that the vaccine's coming, and I know that there's all this stuff and nobody really knows, and um, but that needs to be available for all of our staff and teachers, and it would be, I don't think I could feel good um, about sending staff knowing that there's a vaccine around the corner for them, and maybe a consideration for us because our special ed kids are part of our equity concern and are a group that we need to prioritize. Maybe something we could think about is prioritizing staff, teachers, and paraprofessionals who serve that population to, if once we are able to get the vaccine, that they get, prioritized as an idea. Is what I'm feeling, once we're able to get that. But, and then the other thing that I would wonder, Gwen, if you happen to know, is it seems like a lot of parents are wanting their children to come back according to the survey, but one thing is wanting to do that. I mean, I would like things to be back to normal too, but the other thing is the need. Are these children, is there, do you see that there's a need for these children where they're falling behind and they're not doing as well? If that's the data, then I would like to see that data, not just I want, not just who wants to go back to school. So I think that would be a interesting data to have. Thank you. I really appreciate all your work too and everybody's work. It's a very thoughtful and detailed presentation.
Yeah, and
Elizabeth?
Liz and then Lisa.
Yeah.
Well,
Elizabeth?
we know this is a sensitive, topic, and it isn't something that we should be pinning anybody against anybody else.
That's
We
right.
want the best for everyone. It's not an us against them, or,
Right.
that sort of mentality. All of our staff and our kids are precious. And so I think that's what we've always kind of, took on as a responsibility as being on the board, um, is, and that weighs heavily on all of us. I know that, because we do care, and want to make sure that everybody comes back to school and we have a safe environment. Because in all reality, the kids that have been coming back to school are there. I've to know that, I'm going to be able to stay 6 feet away from a child who's sitting in the class that, can't log in. I can't see the screen from 6 feet away. I can't help the student log in if they're having issues from, so the logistics of just that piece, guaranteeing that we're going to stay 6 feet away and that you're not going to be in more than, closer to them than more than 15 minutes. I mean, reality is that's not in our nature. As we're going to be in the classroom and helping these kids, we're going to want to be next to the child to help them, especially these kids that are high needs and need so much of our adult, staff, whether it's our instructional aides or our teachers. They're just going to need more than we can do safely right now. That's one concern. The second one is that, like Carla was saying, this isn't enough notice. I want to, tell you firsthand experience for myself from the district I'm in. One of the big challenges for classified, many of them are home with their children. They were notified, you're going to come back to work. We don't care what your situation at home is with your kids. And if they were having to figure out, okay, I have to go back to work now, what am I going to do with my children? And to be told you need to return, we don't, or, you know, or else we could terminate you. I mean, that's not the message I want for us to put out there. That's not who we are, first and foremost. So I'm with Carla. This isn't enough time for people to prepare and look for avenues if they have children of their own, for those resources to, find family or find somewhere for them to go while they have to be on campus. um, so, those are some big concerns for me as well. And so I know there's believe me, Gwen, I know our kids are hurting and they need the best place for them to be is at school. But if we can't really, and meeting their IEPs, I know that is like probably weighing so heavily on you right now, is all of those things. Are we meeting all of those IEP accommodations? And what are we going to need to make up, And how much is that gonna, what is that gonna look like, because those things are not gonna be cheap. I know that. Those are all things that's a reality, but that's going to be a reality for many districts across the country. And right now, at the national level, there isn't really a conversation as to how we're going to help our school districts really recuperate from all this, not just with our special needs kids, but with all of them. And until we get some real support, we really, the partitions that you see on TV and all these things, how much, I can't even imagine what that would cost us right now to compartmentalize everybody just to make sure we've got this 6 feet, and the kids can't eat together, they can't play together, they can't, even our bathrooms, and all of these logistical things. And it's really, it's so difficult to really pinpoint everything that we need to assure that people are going to be safe and our kids are going to be safe, and we're not going to lose. All of us, I think all of us on this board know someone that has passed away from COVID now in this community. And again, I would not, like Carla said, when the vaccines are right around the corner, I would hate to have to lose someone so close to that point in time. We've already lost too many. One was too many, and today we lost 3 more people in this community to COVID. So those are my concerns.
Lisa?
To
It's
piggyback a little on
Steve.
that.
Steve, it's Lisa. Steve?
Oh, I'm
Lisa
sorry,
had
Lisa.
her hand
I'm
up.
sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Lisa. Oh, you're mute. Lisa, you're on mute.
Mute.
Lisa,
Yeah.
you're on mute.
Took me I saw, I was just getting there.
Okay.
Actually, Liz made some very compelling arguments. I am aware that in a smaller group of children, it could be easier to manage identification of ill students, etc. But I am also we can't count on vaccines necessarily because we don't know, number one, when they're coming into our county. Number two, you're still talking a minimum of 6 weeks past the first dose before a teacher or an aide, any staff member will be optimally immune.
Right.
And even at that, we know they aren't 100%. They're like 95% at best, okay? So it sucks. I think we all recognize that. I am trying to be super sensitive to the fact that this particular group of students seem to be more distressed and not thriving as much as some others. But I'm also then again thinking about how close we are really to the end of the school year, and what a disruption if they should go back into the classroom, having to adjust to that. And then if an illness happens, then having to leave the classroom again and having to adjust to that. So I'm a little troubled by that, but I also realize that we have obligation, especially for this particular group of students, to have them. Isn't there some sort of legal obligation to have them in the classroom if at all possible? So those are my concerns.
Steve?
Kind of a little bit to piggyback on what you're saying. Yesterday, San Benito County basically moved us into the 1B, where San Benito County is in 1B, which means teachers or educators are now able to be vaccinated. So we're on the list that we are, technically, we could have done it yesterday if we had the vaccine. I heard today that Biden has bought 200 million more doses. So I'm hoping now that we have somebody that's competent getting the medication out, the vaccine out, we will be able to start vaccinating, hopefully before February is over with. And as Lisa said, yeah, we still have, it's still going to have a second dose depending on which vaccine we get. Some, it's only one dose, so we don't know for sure. But the bottom line is, uh, in my opinion, we have to have the school personnel vaccinated to bring them back. As I stated earlier, if there's some way that the special ed can work it to where only teachers and classified people that are be working there volunteer to be there, I don't have a problem with that. But as Mr. Ochoa said, hey, it's very difficult to get programs together with, piecemeal. So I'd have a hard time, especially by Monday. No, I don't, I would have a hard time with that.
I think that if I'm reading the board correctly, and if what I'm about to say is incorrect, then I need the board to correct me. But this is an informational item. But I think that we as a board need to inform um, special ed not to reopen until everyone has an opportunity to be vaccinated. Because once, and if we can, Mr. Ochoa, that when we give the list to public health, that our special education teachers be put at the top of the list
Mhm.
Our
to be
aides.
vaccinated first,
And the aides that work with them,
and their
yeah,
paraprofessionals.
anybody that has contact.
Yes, so that our special ed team is vaccinated first, so that because it does take that lag time,
Mhm.
so we put them at the top of the roll that we give the list to public health.
And Jen,
And okay, because now if I've said something incorrect, Liz, you had your hand up.
No, you were correct, Jan. It was just trying to bring those to you. You got it. You hit it on the
Okay.
nose. Is putting those
We
people
can't
at the
vote on this, but so we're saying to special education department, we appreciate everything you've done.
And you'll have the highest
Your
priority.
program is perfect. We like your program. We think it's great. It's a good thing to work off of. I read it totally. Um, I'm always amazed at the work that you guys produce.
It's first rate.
It's been fantastic as a grandparent every day watching my grandson because we do it together. Diego calls me, "What you doing?" "Well, I'm counting my tens." um, but but in our good conscience, 2.5 million children have been affected by COVID, and
Yeah.
these people that say that kids are not that they don't get sick, need
They
to
do.
they need to do their homework.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're gonna put a stop on opening up our small cohorts here until and we'll have our special education department and with the paraprofessionals with our teachers be put at the top of the list that goes to the public. Yes, Steve?
One last thing, and as a board and our superintendent, we need to make sure as soon as those vaccines get here, they come, we get them. We get them.
Yeah.
We should be top priority. And we need to be forceful about that.
Right.
We're in line. It's our turn. We need them as fast as we could get them.
Liz?
I know we had talked about this a few months ago, the testing. So we never
Right.
really got anywhere with reopening, how we were going to do this, because I don't want, for there to be an outbreak and then, leave our poor staff or, individuals to their own devices trying to figure out where to go get tested. You know, I thought we were going to try to, you know, if we're serious about reopening, all of those components have to be available for our staff.
I know.
And we have to coordinate or have some assurances that, you know, if there is somebody who's worried about thinking they might had COVID, that we don't hesitate and we send, I don't care what time of day it is. If you
Well,
think you could have had COVID, I'd rather us send them and go get tested and have that assurance so that nobody is like stressing at work thinking, you know, I'm with working with other my colleagues or with students and really not quite sure because, you know, we're symptomatic or not symptomatic or whatever. I don't want to always have that level of stress on people, whether it's our administrators, you know, whoever it is. We should all feel like we can be at work and be supportive of one another, especially through this, so that we can do our job without stressing about other things that really we shouldn't be stressing about.
yeah, but Gwen had it in her program here about taking the temperature. You had a whole
But it's not the same
priority
as
about
testing.
disinfecting, about taking the temperature, how meal service, the classroom setting. She's got it all covered in here.
I
I mean,
had
it
a,
was very impressive.
if I could ask Superintendent Ochoa a question, and but I could wait because I've
No, no,
seen
no.
you.
Go for it.
Yeah, okay. No,
Go
I
for
think
it.
Hey, at some point, you guys are gonna have to let me talk, and you're not gonna
we are.
stop
I
me.
know. I know.
Uh-oh.
Um, so question about the vaccine. Just offering an idea or something that we're doing in Santa Clara County that maybe Superintendent Ochoa could talk to the county about is sometimes there's extra vaccine in the vials. And so what and this is impressive because I always say the negative stuff that my job does, but this is a good one. They have a list of folks that we're able to sign up. And if the hospital has extra vials, they'll call us, those of us that live within 2 hours, so we can go right away and get the vaccine. So I'm wondering if we could put that in place for our staff and teachers, specifically, you know,
Yeah,
our priority list. And that way our staff, I know you put a survey out. Thank you,
yeah,
Superintendent Ochoa, for doing that for our district. But now let's figure out that communication. And then the other piece is the testing. I'm also concerned, like once we reopen or we return to in person, that we have some kind of contract or some kind of way with the hospital or with the county where our staff can get tested, even if that means weekly, at least in the meantime. Um, you know, for myself, when I was going to in-person work and working with the public, I was getting tested regularly on my own. But I think that's something the employer should work on trying to at least provide.
yeah. In this special ed packet, it's on page 209, and it tells everything about the screening process and clinical protocols. I mean, this thing
But
is
not
great. You guys did a
but
great
not
job.
testing, Jan.
Yeah, there's testing in there. It says in the last 14 days, but it just says about you have to have a COVID-19 test.
So that's my point is that
I know we
sometimes
don't
we
have
have
anything on that.
asymptomatic people, and
Yeah.
unless you're testing regularly, like let's say this gentleman that volunteered that wants to come, you know, which thank you for being willing to come on campus and help our students. Let's say he comes on campus, he's not getting tested, nobody says they're COVID, somebody turns out COVID in the family and it came from him, and he didn't know
Right.
because he wasn't getting tested. So that's my
Valid
Yeah.
point.
So, Mr. Ochoa, would you like to speak?
I would love to speak. I always want to talk, Jen. You know that.
Okay.
Um, first of all, let's just recognize we have an outstanding special ed administration. Gwen,
Oh,
my,
absolutely.
and the whole team is just, like you said, Steve, top notch. So thank you for that. When we opened in November for Lad Lane for those 3 weeks, we shared all the dates with both CSEA and HESTA. So the dates that you're being presented were shared with both of our units and their members 3 months ago. So I wanna put that out there because I don't want our board to be under the impression that we would surprise them or, send them an email and say, hey, you need to be here tomorrow. I wouldn't want that for myself. I wouldn't want that for any of our employees. The hardest part has been none of us can predict these case rates and
Right.
the ups and downs of the COVID, the COVID changes that have happened. But I think what the board has said tonight is our stance on this issue is we want vaccinations as a prerequisite for reopening. And that's an important step for the board to take because you're basically drawing a line in the sand and saying, this is what is needed for us to get to this next step. I will share with the board that when I surveyed our 500 and some odd employees, 1 out of every 4 of them does not want to take the vaccine and won't take the vaccine. So you need to keep that in mind because we are going to reopen and 1 out of every 4 people on our campuses is not going to have the vaccine because we won't likely be able to make them or require them to take the vaccine. So
Unless
just
the
keep that in mind.
legislature does.
Yeah, the legislature could. So, but again, I'm not going to bet on it one way or the other.
No, I know.
But I just think the other thing that's out there is for us to think about our timelines. And we have another item tonight, the potential
Right.
reopening of schools. So we'll save it for that time. But I want to thank you, Gwen. Gwen, I'm going to remove you from a panelist, but thank you for presenting tonight.
Thank you so
Gwen.
much,
Good job.
Gwen, for
Welcome.
everything you've
And
done.
you're welcome to stay in your office until the wind gets quiet because it's scary over here at the district. It sounds like this whole place is going to fall down.
Yeah.
It's scary everywhere.
It is
All right.
blowing out there, folks.
Yeah.
Drive
Have a good
carefully.
night, everyone.
Thank you
Night.
so
night.
much, Gwen.
All right. All right. I'll turn it back over to you, Jan.
Okay. So now we're going to 8C, which is the monthly Rancho Santana school report.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to have, is it going to be you or Anissa?
It will be Principal Anissa Dizan.
Oh, there she
I'm
is.
happy.
Hi there.
Before I turn it over to Anissa, I do want to say there is a lot of energy out there right now about the Trojans, just the whole concept of the Trojans, the language of the Trojans. I played
You want a
for
winning team, don't you?
I've been hearing a lot about Bruins. Bruins.
How about the Spartans?
I was born at UCLA.
There you go.
There you go.
All right, with that, I'll turn it over to Anissa. Anissa, they're all yours.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Welcome, Trustee Marks. Nice to finally meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Do I share my slides? Can I share them? Is that what I can? Okay.
That would
I'm
be
gonna-
great.
Do whatever you
Okay.
want, Harley.
I'm gonna share my slides.
Thank you.
Desktop. I hope that. Okay, and then you're gonna have to just let me know what you see. Is it up?
Yeah, Rancho
Okay.
Santana School.
Very good. Okay, so thank you for your time and your energy, your involvement and engagement with, the latest learning environment in our district. I just also like to acknowledge my team. I have Melanie Mailer, who's going to be joining, but has already kind of started, after hours, so to speak, and Jackie, who's already off and running. My office manager. So, and also I want to acknowledge Ed Services Department because Kip and Letty and Adelina have been doing a lot of the work behind the scenes. So thank you to them. This is just kind of an outline. I don't know how that Trojan got up there.
It shouldn't be.
I just put it up there just so Diego would be happy. We don't have a mascot yet, but we have lots of ideas. We're going to involve the students in that decision. This is just the contents of the order of slides that I'm going to be sharing with you. So when Diego said, I'm going to let you present at the board meeting, you know, put some slides together, I said, sure thing. And the first thing I did, any reason to get myself up on that campus, I left, I stopped what I was doing, went onto campus and started taking some pictures. And it was a beautiful day that day that I was there. And so you can see that I'm really proud of just how it is all coming together. So isn't it lovely? She's just lovely. Enrollment. I can't wait to see our school with our scholars. So when we can't have a school without our scholars, this is what our enrollment is looking like for each class. Surprisingly, we have enough sixth graders for 2 sixth grade classes. Every grade, with the exception of our SDC, our TK, and our 7th and 8th grade classes, will have 2 of each. So that's nice. And now that our kinder registrations are coming in, our kinder is already changing. I can look at that number and already tell you. So it's kind of fluctuating, but we're monitoring our enrollment every day. Our staffing, look at that oak tree. That's my favorite. This oak tree, staffing first is going to involve our change agents. But my focus is on that tree, that oak tree. Did you know that an oak tree is a symbol of strength and resilience and honor and knowledge? That's just so fitting. So I'm going to try to be stable and grounded like an oak tree as I continue with my slides and this journey. So we have the 7 teachers moving from Gabilan Hills. And we had 15 internal district applicants. We held our interviews last Thursday, and we are moving forward with the hiring of the following teachers: TK, a kinder, first grade, a second grade teacher, a 4th grade, a 5th grade, and 2 6th grade teachers. And all of their names I think you have.
By the way, I was looking at those names. Did you pick them or did they volunteer? Because you got some pretty good teachers there.
I know, I saw that too.
I put it out in the universe of who wants to come to RSS. And I have to tell you, all of the applicants, you know, it was a hard decision.
I bet it was.
It was. So we had all of our applicants were spot on. Hollister is really blessed with, you know, having these educators to choose from. So it was nice to have.
Yeah, you got some good ones.
Yeah, so I'm so excited. This is like a big weight off of my shoulders. You know, we went through 14 interviews. It was a bit tedious, but it was good. It was great. And so now here we are. Our office manager, Jackie, just started this week on Monday. We look forward to our lead custodian, Nick, beginning at the end of February. And we're collaborating with HR department for the next wave of hires. Another nice
beautiful picture
that we get every day. Communications, this is kind of funny because, well, it kind of goes along with what Mr. Chilla presented already. You know, our communications plan has to really keep up with the technology and the staffing and the our families, and even the barriers of how we communicate with the families, and then even the confidentiality. All of that has to come into play. And we're moving forward. And so far, what Rancho Santana School can do is we can already start those relationships with our school staff, right? Which we've already begun. And luckily, I knew most of the teachers from Gabilan Hills when I was an instructional coach there. So it's nice to already have that foundation. This is where it's all at. This is the single most important factor, right, in the long-term success of the school is the culture. And we're faced already, February is here next week, and we're faced with getting all of this done in this short amount of time. and it's the most important part. And it's a challenge, but it's gladly accepted. And so it was really hard for me to focus on just one focus for every month. And here's the biggest challenge. I want to move forward with this, developing the school culture. At the same time, my staff is already teaching, and that what they're doing right now, their work is important. And how do I take them away from their work? Or I can't actually, Mr. Cho said you can't. So they're working, they're teaching, they've got their, gig going on, but I've got to be creative on how we're going to start the most integral part of our school, and that's building the school culture.
And thank you for saying that, Anissa. Thank you. I want to chime in there. Anissa and I had this conversation just the other day, which was that at this time next year, every single teacher and staff member at that school is going to be 100% focused on Rancho Santana School.
Mhm.
But
Right.
today,
Right.
almost all of them work for Rancho San Justo or Gavilan Hills or Lad Lane or Sunny Slope. So today, I, as the superintendent, I need them 100% focused on Sunny Slope and Rancho San Justo and Lad Lane. And their time is going to come for Rancho Santana School.
Right.
So for the next few months, they've got to do both. But here's the thing. When you apply to go work at a new school, you accept that. You take on the fact that you're going to start that new school and be excited about that new school. And the best thing that Mrs. DeZong can do to respect the work that they're doing this year for the kids they're serving this year is to ask them to finish really strong at their current school and take all that to their new school in June. So
And I wouldn't expect
12 weeks. It's 12 weeks of straddling the fence for both of them, but staying 100% locked in during that
I
work.
get it. I get it. I was, in high school when I played sports, I'd be in the middle of the basketball season, but my mind was on softball season, my favorite. So I get it. And their work, what they're doing, I don't expect anything less from what they're doing right now. I'm just so excited to finally have names to the grade levels. So I'm anxious to start.
Can
Oh,
I ask a question?
sure.
Is it possible that Mr. Ochoa might allow you a paid day in the February or Easter break that you could meet with your new teachers about some of the school culture that you want to talk about?
Mhm. I'm
I'm
sure.
just
The one
just
thing, yeah, the one thing I would say, Jen, is that we would roll that in because we would not be able to get enough substitutes for all those teachers.
no.
So
I'm
we
saying
might,
the week of
During the
those
break.
during those breaks, so it's not affecting.
I
yeah,
do
I like,
want, I like that idea, and we're getting
I like it.
creative with the time, like how we're gonna
Mhm.
do this. And
Yeah, I'm not
um,
saying take a substitute. No.
right,
Yeah.
right. And I,
I like
I
that
do,
idea, Jen.
I do want the teachers to have their break, right? I don't want them to have any more screen time. But we can get creative. I think I'll
Well,
probably,
maybe they can even by this time, we don't know that maybe you can sit in one of those big rooms where you can
Mhm.
have, enough distance, social distancing. I don't know.
Right.
There's just
Good.
things to think about,
Yeah,
just
I,
different ways of meeting.
right. And we've all, these are all good ideas. We're all going, I mean, I think we're gonna, this is what's exciting about it. It's just like, here's a challenge, and how are we going to do this? Because I know that the teachers are eager as well. And I just want to hear, like, just start the conversation. I want to initiate the conversation.
Right.
You
But
know,
when we started Maze, Bernice had us. We had a couple of after school meetings, and we had quite a few after school meetings. We weren't given any days off. we had after school meetings. And, we like had a cake one time. Somebody brought in a
Yeah.
cake and that kind of stuff because
Yeah,
we were
we,
all at Rancho. We were
yes.
all at one side anyway.
And
But
Mr. Ochoa said, Anissa, there's no budget. You can go ahead and do what you need. I will pay for however you want to get your staff together.
but that's how you build
Yes,
that esprit
I'm
de
just-
corps,
I know.
that
I'm just kidding, Mr. Ochoa. But that you're completely right, Jan. I think that if we just put it out there, I want to move with the momentum and
right,
that the teachers have. And so I think we will get it done. I really do.
great.
I know that we will. Um, and that's what's so fabulous about the staff. Like I know that they're biting at the bit. Okay, so that is our focus. And then to continue with our communications with the students and the family, we've already started. I've made some visits to the Gavilan Hill, the Google Classrooms, and introduced myself. The acceptance letters for the intra-district transfers have already gone out this week, at the beginning of the week. They're still going out. And then we're talking about just, again, holding the culture setting meetings with our families and our students. And Melanie and I have talked about visiting each grade level, right? Just going, of course, being safe, following all the measures that are in place, of going and visiting with our 8th grade class, or having a conversation with them, just visiting, introducing ourselves. We want to share videos with each of the Google Classrooms right now, once a week, once a month, whatever we have on the calendar. I think it's once a week. And then I'm doing read alouds. I'm going to start doing read alouds in the classrooms. We're already trying to build that with our students, those relationships with our students and our families. And then this is just some details of, just so that you are in the know of just what's going on throughout the departments. That I meet every week with student services with KIP. Just on the enrollment, we talk about the numbers, and HR, we're talking about the staffing. So I'm going on this week, Brandon and I are going on a walk, a tech walk. He's going to show me all the cool things already in place on campus. Aaron and I are meeting this week. It's just ongoing. It's just ongoing. So, and then the communication with the community, of course, every work is intentional. And this is something that is requiring a bit more of like the PR. I know that one of the trustees, I think it was Carla, who said, or Liz, that you really do need like a full-time person, right? An employee to help with the PR. Because it's constant on social media, it's always constant. But then again, once we have our mission and once we can fine tune our communication plan, we can start setting realistic goals, and we can, distinguish between what's going to go out when I'm thinking of an event. How are we going to spread the word when we have a school event versus when an emergency needs to go, so that I think we can fine tune. But with the community, we're working with Benito Link. I just had an interview with San Benito High School student, Jake, who was doing a report, an article for Benito Link. So that was fun and interesting. This, I can't wait, but this is going to require kind of creating this plan with some of our staff. And then here are some lovely photos of our library. And the space is so massive right now. I don't think these photos do the space justice. And then here are some other areas that I went and gladly took photos of. And then just so far, for our next steps, the physical spaces, you can't see this office, but I have samples of flexible seating and desks that move up and down and little fidget kind of movement areas for desks and stools and things like that. So that's kind of fun trying to plan for. It's fun and it's a little overwhelming because look at this is, oh, you can't see me. I have like just all these like swatches of things and samples of colors, and every type of desk, tabletop you can think of are here in this office. The social emotional, again, just making those relationships with our students already so that when we do meet them in person, they'll know who we are and we'll know who they are. The academics, of course, developing a school academic focus will happen with our staff. One of my focuses, for one, was I really want to focus on learning, but coming out of a pandemic, can I say that? Is it safe to say? Yes, it's safe to say. Coming out of a pandemic, one of the exciting things for me is to really move away from coming back and doing the traditional schooling, right? Mr. Ochoa has heard me say this many times, and I don't want to be a traditional school. We can't go back to normal. And that's why I have flex seating. That's why I have different types of furniture that I'm trying to think about and plan for in our classrooms. And we have a lot of lessons learned from distance learning. And so I want to kind of move forward with that at Rancho Santana. And so, yes, we will continue with our academics. Of course, we've learned that students can learn from any space, but more important than that, I do want to make sure that we are, listening and looking for the social emotional component of our students and our staff as well.
May I talk about one thing? One of the things that the principal did at Mays before we opened is that the school colors were selected so that the furniture matched the school colors and the desks matched the school colors. Just throwing that out.
I have a red chair in here. I have a blue chair. I have a green chair. I have a black chair. Yeah.
No, but I mean that's what they ordered.
Yes, that's what we're gonna do. I can't. Okay. I'm not gonna move forward with any. I mean, I have a swatch of, I don't know, about 20 colors to choose from, and well, they're all very nice. We do want them to match our school colors.
Right.
And that's pride. And of course, again, talking about the school culture, we have the read alouds that are going to be happening, rotation of the grade levels, the culture setting virtual meeting with our parents to kind of discuss our school core values, surveys with our families, with our staff, with our students. So this is the most important component, like I said, and that's the most exciting as well.
And I do want to share, Jan, I tested out cardinal and gold chairs and furniture, the USC colors, and they look so good in that school when I kind of set them down.
I'm not letting him.
I'm going to have to override that and say.
Thank you. Yes.
Are you going to say
black
silver
chairs and furniture?
Yeah. What about the Bears? Yeah.
Just kidding.
What about and Spartan? The Spartan, San Jose State.
Or can I just say no Notre Dame colors? I just want to say if we can just somehow, no matter what, Notre Dame, you get them off the list, I'll be happy.
No, it has to be a California university.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be California University.
I like the owl.
I know we've talked about many mascots and colors and.
Yeah. And Liz, you had a question.
Owls. The
yeah,
screeching owls.
So I know we've talked about kind of just from learning from all of our remodels and things that, we left it for one individual to make kind of like those decisions in the past, and he never really took into account what people really needed or what they preferred, in their classroom. And I just felt, in a teacher walking into a kindergarten class, that I'm going to have everything, that I am going to utilize, that I have all my little cubbies, that I have, so I'm, not too worried about, like the colors and all of
Mhm.
that, but, giving them, like, once you know who your staff is, the teachers that are coming, okay, this is kind of what I'm thinking about for a kindergarten class. What do you guys think as far as the desks,
Right.
the all the different pieces that go in to complement what it is they're going to walk in and they're going to feel, all right, I've got everything I'm going to possibly need.
Well,
Um,
Yeah,
Anissa knows.
that's
yeah.
a good point
Well,
that you bring up.
but every grade level is going to need,
Yeah.
Right.
different just settings, and especially with, like you were saying, now that we're coming out of this, and, our kids are we want them to feel like learning is fun, it's different, it's like starting over again. We're going to be doing, education in a whole different way. And I love that idea that your mindset's already there, Anissa. I think that is just, for all of our principals at all of our sites coming into next school year, that,
Mhm.
all of this technology that we had to learn, but incorporating that and just making it more, for our kids.
Yeah.
um
Uh,
but it starts with the settings and, all of the tools that you're going to have for them, at their disposal.
Yeah, and that's a good point. Every, I mean, you pass by this school and it's beautiful and it's astonishing. But I don't want it to be a glass castle, right? I don't want that appearance. What it's going to start with is within, and it's going to be the students and it's going to be the staff and what it's built on, right? I don't want it just to look pretty. But it's gonna be more than just what the looks are. It's gonna be, what it's made of and what it's built on. And I won't go back, Liz, to the traditional learning. We've learned way too much about our students and how they learn, and I don't foresee like just rows of desks. We're going to have to re-socialize our students when they come back. I was thinking about this, even our kinders that will be, that know nothing else except virtual learning, they're going to have to they're going to come on campus as first graders, and we're going to have to reintroduce them how they use a bathroom in a social setting. Kinders
Yeah.
don't know how to use a bathroom in a social setting, and here they are going to be first graders on campus. So yeah, that's exciting. So thanks for bringing that up. I see trustee Lisa.
Lucy, yeah.
I'm gonna also wonder, are you looking forward? I mean, I know you're looking forward as far as not being the same, but we don't know, how long these extraordinary measures are gonna come with us too, as far as like social distancing, and trying to be safe, right? Um, I've been I've read about schools in Southern California that have kind of made a hybrid situation where, half the class can be in the classroom and the other, but they're all interacting at the same time while the teacher sits at the front of the class. She's able to interact, and those students that are at home can interact with the students in the classroom. Um, are you considering anything like that when you're thinking about your higher level grades anyways, at least?
Well, we have to have Mr. Cho has asked the school sites to have plan A and plan B prepared. So we do have to have our hybrid plan ready to go. And so there are things that we're thinking about, and it's nice when we're able to be on campus and kind of think things through, because we have space of, even the quad area, we can do some outside seating. That's why I have all of these desks have wheels, the chairs have wheels, like everything is going into, I'm taking all of that in. Right?
Good,
Yeah,
good. That's great.
all aspects. Yep. So thanks for asking that.
Well, we're very, very excited.
I am very excited as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you
Thank
very,
you.
very much. I know how much work you've put in.
It's so exciting, but it's so overwhelming. But this is what I think about before I go to bed. This is what I
Sure.
think about when I wake up. I have a journal of things that I have been like, just all my hopes and dreams and thoughts, everything in my journal. And
Yeah.
it's good to a point.
Right,
You know?
right.
Yeah, but it's good.
Well,
Great
it
job.
shows. Thank
work.
you
And
very much.
we'll invite Anissa back each of the next 5 school board meetings, all the way up through July.
Mhm.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you
you.
so much.
Thank you, guys. Have a good evening.
You too.
Okay.
Got to think
bye-bye.
about our grand opening one of these days as well.
yeah.
Our ceremony.
We'll have
Yeah.
to make it big.
Yep.
Okay, guys, have a good night.
You
Thank you,
too.
Anissa.
Okay, we are now on a very fun topic. We're talking about money. 8D, an update on school board reimbursement planning for school building renovations.
Mhm. Good. This is a report for the board to publicly announce that the board has actually gone through the process of establishing County Fund 35. That was one of your consent items. The county treasury is currently holding a little bit over $2 million that will be put into that account for the Hollister School District. And what you're looking at with this presentation, and it starts on page 249, is you're looking at the detailed notes of work that myself and Lisa Wiggins and Aaron Bezetta, the three of us, have worked with our new consultant company called Jack Schrader Associates. And what's in the district's coffers at this point in time is $2.19 million. And those are for HVAC upgrades at Cerro Vista and Calaveras. The paperwork, if you see, was submitted on January 1st or January 11th, 2017. And we received funding on October 28th, 2020. So that's more than 3.5 years after the initial submission of those funds. So what I want to do is I want to take you through where we go from here. We have an environmental hardship request for funding that would bring $1.03 million for environmental work at what is now known as Rancho Santana School. At the time, we just called it Santana Ranch. And so we expect that Will Finn receive the funding for this application in November of 2020. On the next page, on page 250, you have on here a series of different applications. So I'm going to take you through each one. Sunny Slope has an application that was submitted in December of 2017 for the 15 new classrooms at Sunny Slope. The total project eligibility was $10 million, and our share that we would receive is $5.14 million. I believe, and our consultant believes, that it is possible for the district to receive those funds at this time in February of 2021, with the receipt of the funds in November of 2021. So basically 8 months from now. That could change, but everything we know thus far is that the Sunny Slope project is slated to be funded in November of 2021. So that's great news. And then we have two others on that page. The Rancho San Justo project that consisted of fire alarm, ADA, infrastructure for IT, access points, the boiler, as well as at Gavilan Hills HDLA, the campus-wide fire alarm upgrades. Those two combined are a little bit under $2.5 million. So what that would do is those would be our recommendation to the board and our best estimate for the board is a November 2022 release of those funds. So what you're going to be looking at on the very top of the next page is the reimbursement for R.O. Hardin's project, which was the modernization of 18 classrooms, the administration, library, speech, storage, teacher workroom, and the eligibility for our district for that project is 4.3 million. So all told, we believe that by November of 2022, which is a little bit over 18 months from now, the district would receive an additional $12 million in bond reimbursement funds. And then the big ticket is Rancho Santana School, and that we will start the application as soon as the school is complete, and then count from there somewhere between 2.5 to 3.5 years to receive the millions of dollars from Rancho Santana School. So I want to turn it over to the board for any questions for me about this process and what that means in terms of the topic that Liz has brought to the table since the day I got hired is, when are we going to see a long-term facilities plan? And what I've been saying from the beginning is, let's get our money set aside and then we can do our long-term facility planning. So Liz, we're getting a lot closer. Those two worlds are coming together. So I wanted to make this presentation and open it up for the board for any questions that you have for me.
Lisa?
I have a question.
Well, Lisa had her hand up
Oh,
first.
I'm sorry. She's muted too.
All right, go, Steve.
Okay. I understand where you have districts SFP share. What I don't understand is, what is this state SFP share and then the total project eligibility? How does that work? I don't understand that.
So let's go first to total project eligibility.
Okay.
So let's just use a round number. Let's say we built a new school and it cost $52 million.
Okay.
The district's eligibility for those $52 million is not all $52 million, because there are portions of the school's contract that can't be included as part of the $52 million. So the state assigns certain aspects of the project as eligible, and it's based on how many kids go to school in your district and how many classrooms you're building. So let's assume that there were a district that had low enrollment and was trying to build a new school, but they really didn't have a need for the classrooms. Then the eligibility percentage would come down quite a bit.
Okay, that makes sense. I get it now.
Like, they're not going to give money to a district that doesn't need this new school,
Right.
if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then certain parts of the school, they're just not eligible. Like if you built a certain, like a music room that wasn't, on the list of approved projects, then it wouldn't be eligible. If it wasn't tied to your bond, it wouldn't be eligible. So there are a variety of reasons for the eligibility to come down. Our Rancho Santana School is interesting because, remember, we purchased the property for $5 million. So that's kind of out here separate from the building of the school. So that took $5 million out of the pot, if you will. And then they basically break it down into what the state will give you money for and what you as a district have to pitch in. And if you look at the chart and you look at R.O. Hardin's, our school site share was 2.8 million, but the state's share was 4.3 million. So depending on the type of project, they set the reimbursement percentage, and it's not always 50-50. Sometimes they will give you more on certain projects.
Yeah, I see that.
And R.O. Hardin is an example of one of those. So that's basically how they arrive at it. And what we are responsible for doing, the reason I wanted to present this to the board is because this company that we're using, this Jack Schrader Associates, is highly, highly successful at meeting all of the deadlines and timelines. Lisa and Aaron and I have really, we've just devoted a lot of time and energy to meeting all those timelines, because when you don't, you kind of get pushed down the list because you're no longer in the queue. So it's stressful because each one of these applications is different, and they send you these notices that say, you know, in the next 48 hours, you need to send us this paper and this paper and this paper. And it's, I, Lisa and Aaron and I are sort of have that whiplash from like, okay, make sure you don't ever overlook one of the emails coming from them, because it's a series of different people that send them to you. The what they call the OPSC, or the Office of Public School Construction, can send you letters, but also the DGS, the Department of General Services, can send you letters, and then also CDE can send you letters. So they're not always talking to each other. You know, one is like, we'll send you something, but it's not connected to what you sent this other one. So you really have to keep things very put together. And this company that we use, Jack Schrader, has just done an outstanding job. They basically helped us, walked us through getting the Calaveras and Servista funds assigned. And now that the board approved the Fund 35, the county treasury will deposit those $2 million in that account.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, we like money.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a prerequisite for making improvements.
Absolutely.
That's what
So
we want.
now it'll really kick us into developing that long-term facilities plan. It's really
Right.
great news.
Right. Okay, we've got the
You
2000.
had, Dan, you had Liz wanted to
Oh,
chime
I'm
in.
sorry, Liz. Go ahead.
It's okay. That's okay. I just, so that Fund 35, just so that we're clear, it's designed solely for these facility
Buildings.
uses. It can't be utilized for can't be utilized for raises. It can't be utilized for any other needs other than facility, correct?
Right.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank
And it's even separate from the other facilities fee, because you know we put money into deferred maintenance. It can't be commingled with those funds either. And I do want to give the board an update. We typically have somewhere between 180 and $250,000 a month coming in from developer fees. But I think you all know there's a big project happening over in Lisa
see.
Marx's tenants area, and they the district this year this month collected $600,000 in developer fees in 1
Wow.
month. So that is a major change, and if it continues, we'll basically adjust our budget for next year's facilities, because if we end up getting 5.5 million in developer fees, then right now I'm only budgeting for 2.5 million. But if they give us 5.5 million, then that will allow this board to set more priorities for next year to do additional projects, because those developer fee funds are intended to be used to address the needs caused by new school enrollments. So it's just something for the board to think about, and I'll definitely add it to our equation when we do our facilities plans going into next year.
So will that be in a different fund as we get the developer fees, so that, we can kind of start, well, getting an update, would be great, so that we
Yeah.
kind of know what we have in our
What we have to work with.
little pots of different accounts.
Yeah.
Because I think, that as well, for the board to really then, like I said, I know you want to wait for the plan, but, we kind of already have to have a game plan ready to go, because developer fees are here. They're coming. They're readily accessible. So, and then, if we want to do multi-purpose rooms, or, repaving at certain sites, or whatever it is that you feel like, playground equipment that needs to be refurbished. I mean, there's so many things that I know you have on your list of must do's, our fields, etc. So I think it's just um, smart for us to really already be, planning for that, because, that way as a board, we'll just, readily jump on, the first thing in line as we prioritize them, to say, yes, let's go, go to the next one and go to the next one. And because we have a clear game plan as to what things need, in that set priority.
Um, I think that maybe what should be done is that a list be put together by your facilities manager and by you. Um, and then we need to put it in for the board meeting and get some uh, with advertisement so that we could get some parents to pipe in and see what they say so that we get some more community involvement, because it's their money too, about what we prioritize.
To that point, I'm wondering, remember the list, Superintendent Ochoa, that you and Mr.
The seven.
Aaron put together? Was it like a year and a half ago? It was a
It
while.
seems it was at least 7 years ago that we did that
Yeah.
project.
I know. Maybe can we use that list so that we don't, rebuild the wheel?
Reinventing the
It's
wheel.
there.
Yeah, right.
And
Yeah,
maybe,
I mean, if you recall when we did that, Carla, my big message to the board at the time was that this district had often brought in architects who come in and
Yeah.
give you a very milk toast kind of photocopied from another district, like, oh, roofing at every school's 800,000. Like they just give you these really broad, not site specific. So
No. Mm-mm.
Aaron and I went to every single school and met with every principal and basically said, this is your chance. Tell us what the school needs. So we've got it all. We've got it all. But now we know how much money we might get. And more importantly, we know when we'll get it. So
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to put a plan together that said we need XYZ to happen, but we don't have the funds for it. So it's really not a plan. It's just words on paper. Now that we have this real clarity about the income that we're receiving for developer fees and the
Money
the
from the state.
expected revenues from the state, now we turn it into a start getting ready so that when we
Yeah.
put these items on a calendar, we do like a big map of the district and we go, okay, let's make sure we're doing projects at all of our schools. Let's make sure we're prioritizing the most important projects. And then let's feel good about saying, yeah, we're doing this next year. And 3 years from now, we're doing this. And it's okay to do that. And you have to, as a board, you have to prioritize and put it on myself and Aaron to present that plan to you all. And then obviously sharing that plan with the community so that we can hear from them is
Yeah.
an
I think that's important that
I
that
think
that we
people
get
will be
some.
excited, Jan.
Oh,
I
I
think people
agree. I
are very
agree.
excited to know, like, I don't know if you well, people will be excited to know what is going to happen and when it would happen at their school.
Well, what this district has done in the past, which has just been a total sham, is they put these facility meetings together and strung along parents, and then they didn't do what the
Didn't
parents
do
wanted
it.
to begin with. It was a sham.
Mhm.
And so, what I'm saying is that we have board presentations, we publicize what we're going to do, and we take comments and say, but it's we're not trying to hide anything,
Mhm.
and we want to make sure that we're getting input, like before we vote on it. You know what I mean? One of those
Well,
deals
yeah,
where
because
we have a public hearing.
right. Well, we learned our lesson from, the ideas that we had set forth, and then we ended up having Calaveras and Sierra Vista schools coming forward and saying this was when we had the heat waves and they didn't have any AC.
Yeah.
And so at that point we were just, they came to the board, and it's we need this now. We, forget about setting the money aside for the multi-purpose room. We need AC. Our kids need to be comfortable in their classrooms. We can't be continuing another, and so the idea shifted, and the funds were allocated for that because that was a priority. So, and that just delayed, the multi-purpose room funding, et cetera. So I think Jan is correct. From just from my experience and being on this board for X amount of
Hmm.
years now, I've learned a lot of lessons throughout the process of what works, what doesn't. and definitely, the facilities committee, I mean, we ran it for many years because we had basically cut so much in this district when we went through the recession. We had nothing. We basically just had a teacher and the students. We had no activities, no sports, no, I mean, we had nothing, Diego, at that time. And so, just like many districts in the state. And so when the state started recuperating and coming back, the idea was presented to do this whole community, together, of figuring out what our priorities were going to be. And I mean, yes, it was open for everyone. Our teachers, classified, community, parents, everybody was coming in with ideas as far as what was important for them. And it was a process. I mean, any of these things is always going to take time, and it's going to be a lengthy process, but you want to honor everybody's point of view and what they feel is important for them and their children. So I think that's why I said, like Lisa says, the PR, all of this is so vital, because it's all about our story, and we want to incorporate everybody in that story, and value everyone's voice in the process, because we belong to the community as they belong to us. So it has to be this effort, of coming together, all of us, and working that through. So I don't want it to just be this dictating, okay, this is what I think we need, even though you're evaluating things from what you see in your perspective as the superintendent,
And the
you know,
facilities director.
and
Yeah.
the facilities director. But then again, what other people see, may be different. And so that's really important in making sure we're communicating this, because we're talking millions of dollars. It's not little things. It's millions of dollars if we decide to re-roof, or pave one of the schools, or whatever projects you may want to do that are vital and needed.
This
Well,
would
I
be a
just
great
think,
thing to put on our new Facebook.
There
yeah.
you go.
I think that we should have, we put our plan together, and uh, we could put it on Facebook, whatever, to get some feedback. But we do a public hearing, and then the following month we would vote for it. That to me seems like, because, like I said, these other facility meetings did not pan out well, and the parents' voice was never really heard. So, all right.
Yeah, just one more thing real fast.
Sure, Steve.
Today, when we were I was doing our thing with Mays, the eighth graders there, you would be shocked when I started telling them about some of the things. I told them about what we were doing at Calaveras, and I told them what we were doing at R.O. Hardin, and trying to fix up the schools to welcome them back. You cannot believe how happy they were about that. They can't wait. They want to know when they can come back, because they want to see their schools now. They
Right.
want to come to schools. That's a big thing for me. I loved
Yeah.
hearing that. They're excited about coming back.
Yep. Okay. 8E, Mr. Ochoa, summer school planning.
All
Exciting
right,
news here.
this is exciting, sure. Um, what I will present to the board is based on what I believe is going to happen in 2 months' time. It's one of those situations where I want us to be ahead of the curve, and I want us to be a leader in making great decisions for these kids. I want us to be prepared to have an in-person summer school, assuming all of our staff are vaccinated by then. And I want us to think about offering an in-person summer school that acknowledges the importance of the whole child, arts education, engineering, math integration, socialization, and addressing the areas of concern that are so obvious to anybody who has a child in the district, and that we open it up to have many more students attend summer school than we've had in recent years. So what we've done in the most recent years is we've had somewhere between 500 and 600 kids attending summer school when you connect special ed and migrant education. And I'm going to argue for us to have somewhere closer to 1,500 kids to be able to bring in children based on staff recommendations and based on space availability, open it up for parent requests based on the need for kids to socialize with one another and reconnect with friends and be in a learning environment and have their needs addressed. So tonight's presentation is not to show you the plan, but rather to ask you to publicly state your support for having what I would call summer school bigger, better, and different than in the past. So with that, I'll turn it over to the board and give you an opportunity to just publicly state your support for those ideas.
Carla, what do you think?
I think it's exciting. I think it's, I think it's a good idea that we're being thoughtful about, especially, I kind of see it, I don't know if you're familiar with Summer Bridge program that was offered at universities, but it was for those of us that maybe needed that bridge that came from maybe, uh, poverty or marginalized communities. So I kind of see it like that. What you're doing is you're bridging to the fall and you're offering opportunities for learning and make it fun. So I think it's exciting. I support this effort. I would have some questions about, and I saw your timeline of identifying students. It says recruit and select staff. So I'm just curious, like how many staff we would have that would be
Mhm.
interested. I guess that would determine your bandwidth, right?
Yeah.
And how many weeks would you anticipate?
Yeah.
Would it be like a 4-week traditional?
No, I think he's
No,
thinking longer than that.
longer.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
and
think
it,
the day would be longer and the weeks would be longer.
okay,
Steve,
And
what do you think?
thank you.
and
Oh,
and and the coordination of it all would be much different. So we would bring in office staff, custodial staff, secretarial staff, paraprofessional staff. Because what we've done in the past is we've basically tried to run programs that don't cost us money. In other words, if we get certain grant dollars to run summer school, don't exceed those grant dollars because we wanted to save the money for the regular school year. What I'm saying this year is if we run a great summer school program, it could tremendously help our next regular school year. If we run a milk toast garden variety summer school program, I'm worried that the learning loss and the emotional uh, taxing that these kids have gone through won't be addressed. And when we come back in August, I really worry about what those first 6 months will be like if we don't have what I would call an on-ramp to bringing all the kids back on campus.
Steve?
Well, I think this is an excellent idea. I've taught summer school in the past and I've seen a lot of different ways. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's horrible. It's not. Sometimes we just used to make kids go that didn't pass during the school year for the middle school kids. What I like about this is two things. The public, and rightfully so, is very concerned about what's been lost with distance learning. This would be an excellent opportunity, especially for the ones that are have the most concern. This is a perfect chance to take advantage of making that up. There are some students that, no, I didn't lose anything, or our parents don't feel they've lost anything. That's fine. There's some distance learning for some students has been wonderful, but it hasn't for everybody. And this is an opportunity to help those that haven't. If we if we come back before the end of this school year, that's fine. But that is not going to make up for what's lost. This is extra. And in the old days, it's very difficult a lot of times to get kids to come to summer school because they don't want to. It's their summer. Now you've had kids that have been off for a long time. They're going to want to come. I don't know if we'd even have this. I believe me, there's going to be a lot of kids wanting to participate in that, which I love, because students that are eager to learn, that want to come to school, that you can't ask for more than that. Students that want to come to school, and this program is exactly what we need. It helps twofold: socially, academically. I see no drawbacks to this, and as far as I'm concerned, as many students that want to come back and do summer school, as long as we have the teachers and the classified to do summer school, I say let's do it, and more than 4 weeks.
Lisa, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I love the idea of the longer days. I love that it becomes, I'm seeing it sort of like a camp, but like with direction. That spurs creativity, that spurs excitement, that provides the remediation if necessary. And it doesn't let the kids' mind go to sleep. Like a lot of times during the summer, it happens that they, forget a lot. And does it in a fun way by providing that socialization and the other stuff. And I really hope that we could come up with some pretty innovative activities that may whet appetites for clubs, for, there's a lot to be said about robotics, Lego robotics and things like that. And that's a STEM thing, right? It could really whet some appetite for parents, and it provides parents that respite that they've been looking for a long time, I think. As well as getting that what they really want, which is their kids to get re-socialized, right? Assuming we can do this, it sounds like a win-win for everybody, because I don't think the country as a whole will necessarily be as open, which is usually a hard thing during the summer too, is people want to go on vacation, right? I don't know that it'll be that open, so I don't even think we'll really have that. I worry that too many people are going to want to go, and can we accommodate? That's more. And how do you draw that line?
I don't know. Liz?
I think, well, besides that, it's an awesome idea. I know with the logistics, because we have a summer migrant program every year, so we've always struggled to find teachers. I think that's been one of our biggest challenges every year and we have to start early, and we're begging and pleading, please, because we do have, our need outweighs what we have in staffing many years. And so we generally look internal, and then look out outside of the district for feeding those filling those vacancies of teachers, so, and support staff. So I think talking to getting that survey out, because generally we survey first thing, sending out a survey for summer interest. If you're interested, if you're going to need positions for teaching, classified, food service, yard duty, whatever it is that you're going to need. So that way you can already start getting an idea now of who would be interested to work within that time frame, right? If you're going to do a 6-week program, or 8-week program, but you always have to think about, if our kids, and giving them just, I know they've been at home and they probably would love some time, but it not being too long, so that they do get a little bit of a break right before we're able to come into the regular setting, and give folks an opportunity to actually have a vacation, if God willing, that's a possibility. So
No, I don't know where you're going to go.
I know. Well, but I'm saying, even going to the beach, or just, some downtime,
Yeah,
places that, I mean, we live in California, for Pete's sake. There's really a lot of places outdoors that you can really find
sure.
to do with your children. So that, that time is precious. And, I always loved doing different activities with our boys when they were young, and that's what brings family together, especially nowadays. Yeah, but I think it's an awesome idea, and the sooner we can get that out there, and start soliciting the staff that you're going to need, and you can really design a well. All of your ideas are on point. I think it's exactly what we need. So I just want to be able to meet those needs when you're ready to do that rollout, so that we don't get kids like super excited and then we're like, oh,
Right.
bummer, it's like I'm not going to be able to go, especially, the kids that really want to go, and need to be there. That should really be a priority to meet those
Well,
kids.
I must say that I think this is awesome. I taught lots of summer school, and I had years where I had to create my own curriculum. Um, and it used to be the kids that had failed, and that's
Mhm.
who we taught. I like the way that this is. We're looking at STEM. I do have a question. Can special ed students attend this instead of their extended learning, because this Lego robotics and with the math
Mhm.
integration, um, that's got my grandson all over it. He's just a whiz with that stuff. Um, anyway, I just think it's a great thing, and you know, I know that uh, I don't know how many kids we can provide. Um, And I know that if we think of the way you handled the Saturday schools and how successful that was, I think that this would be just awesome. You've got my
My vote.
full support. I think
Mhm.
this is a great idea. A great idea. Okay, let's look at 8F, which is the update on school discipline task force dismantling the school to prison pipeline. And before we get started on this, when I was reading this last night and really getting into it, and I saw all the people that were involved in this, I started to tear up. And I started to tear up because this is the we. These people were all concerned about our kids. And I just, we're blessed because there's some really good people that what put their own time in, their own effort in to help our children. And I just I was just I was just blown away. I had to say that before we got started because um, when we get this kind of support from our community, um, I don't see how we can fail. I just this is what we Hollister hasn't had this. We haven't had this kind of community support. The president of LULAC is here. President of Hollister Youth Alliance is here. The superintendent of the county office of education, our county superintendent. I mean, these are big people.
Mhm.
It's an incredible coalition of people here.
Yep.
So I'm just really impressed. And I thank them publicly and I'm thanking them for the whole board that they did this time. And I thank you, Mr. Ochoa, for putting it together. So go
And as
ahead.
the board, yeah, and as the board is aware, this item is taking place because 6 months ago, the board passed a resolution
Mhm.
to enlist myself and Kip in creating this school discipline task force process. Um, it was resolution 4-20/21 for dismantling the school to prison pipeline. And it called for us to have a series of meetings that started in November and continued on through the spring to be able to evaluate our board policies, evaluate our discipline plans, evaluate our staffing, evaluate our professional development, and evaluate the school cultures at all of our campuses. And so tonight's presentation is basically our opportunity to give an update to the board on the work that's already taken place. And we do have 2 public comments that came in on this item, and I want to start with them.
Mhm.
The first is from Adam Mendoza. He says, I grew up in Hollister and went through the Hollister School District. Now my children are going to school here. I am thankful to be able to be on the school discipline task force. Together, we are making a plan to give education to every child in an equitable way. We have needed this change for a long time, and I am proud that I am part of this to make it better for my children and other children. I was in the school to prison pipeline. It's real, and now it will be different for my children. Thank you, Superintendent Ochoa and Mr. Kip Ward, for bringing this change to the children of Hollister. And our second public comment comes from Rigo Jimenez, and he writes, good evening, board, superintendent, and community members. My name is Rigo Jimenez, and I am a proud Hollister resident and associate director with Youth Alliance. I wanted to start off by thanking the board and superintendent for their continued commitment to reimagine the district's discipline policies so that they are more restorative than punitive, more supportive than exclusionary, and more healthy rather than harmful. This is a huge undertaking, so I am thrilled that you are partnering with the community in this transformative vision for school safety to create restorative, healthy, and welcoming school environments and develop a new district-wide safety plan. I am appreciative of being able to be a part of the school discipline task force and one of the work groups. This work will result in benefiting all HSD students as well as the students and parents who have been directly impacted by the school to prison pipeline. There was never a wrong time to reimagine school discipline, but addressing this now in the midst of a pandemic that has resulted in unimaginable stress is definitely a good time. Inequities, struggles, and trauma have made their way to the forefront in the lives of our youth and community in an even more pronounced way since COVID arrived. We need to heal, and ensuring that our schools are beacons of support will play a vital role in that healing process. Youth Alliance is committed to continuing the goals of the task force and supporting community engagement. Thank you, and we look forward to working with and supporting you and our families. So thank you to Rigo and to Mr. Mendoza for their public comment on that item. I want to take the board through the update that Kip and myself worked on in preparation for tonight. Jan mentioned the members of our task force. We have a really broad cross-section of men, women, employees, parents, English-speaking, Spanish-speaking, administrators, teachers. We have the county superintendent of schools. She's amazing. We have 2 consultants, Oscar Lopez and Moira Denike, who I work with on school district policy items, and these people are incredible. They are so skilled. They are so trained. They are so effective in what they do. And that team of people, we basically put into 3 groups. And the 3 groups are policy and compliance. That's the group that I lead. Crisis and high need response. That group is led by Mr. Ward and Rigo Jimenez, the first person that emailed. And then our 3rd group is culture and climate, and that's led by Andrea Harvey and Scott Wilbur. And those teams of people, each group has a team of 8 to 10 people that meet to talk about district policy changes, to talk about enhancing school safety and student well-being, to talk about devoting future funds toward restorative practices, and to talk about implementing other interventions to students besides suspending them from school. So in our work group on policies and compliance, what we are doing is we are taking the district's policies pertaining to equity, pertaining to positive school climate, pertaining to campus security, and pertaining to student discipline. And we are literally rewriting those policies for the board's consideration at your February meeting. So what you're going to see is you're going to see an old school policy, and it's going to look way different from the new school policy that we're going to recommend to you. And what you'll notice is they're all going to say a lot of the same things because we believe it's important to use the same language to educate our parents and our employees and our students about what we're supposed to be doing with kids. So whereas right now we have policies that are probably in 90% of school districts, because most school districts just take all the policies that CSBA sends and just approve them in big batches. What we're doing is we're saying, no, if we're going to have a policy on student discipline, then we want it to say in the policy that it's the responsibility of the district to train staff every year on using restorative practices with students, instead of simply using suspension as the first and most common consequence for students, but encouraging the use of conflict resolution, encouraging the use of student counseling to avoid creating harm where there isn't harm. So you're going to see that at your February meeting. Our work group B is working on how to provide services to children that are in crisis, because that's very different than having a school-wide policy. Now we're getting down to the student level of what do we do when a child comes in because they're a victim of child abuse at the home? How do we intervene when a child comes in who is a foster child who just moved into a new home? What services do we provide, and how do we intervene with those students? And how do we avoid suspension as a reaction to their trauma? So when they come into school and they haven't had a meal for a day and a half, and they got kicked out of their parents' house, and the first employee that tells them, hey, stand in line, get up, and they pop off on the employee and scream at the employee. Do we just bring them up to the office and suspend them because they got upset with an employee? No, or do we sit down and talk to them and say, tell me what's going on with you? Why are you reacting in this way to an adult? Well, if I give the kid 3 hours of my time, I might find out that they're homeless. I might find out that their parents just got a divorce. So you know what? Instead of suspending him from school, I'm going to bring that employee in so we can talk together and say, look, hey, when I asked you to get in line, I wasn't trying to disrespect you. But when you scream at me in front of 25 other kids, we need to have a conversation to repair that harm. We need to have a conversation to mend that bridge between the adult and the student. And oftentimes it's between kids. It's a kid having a really harsh reaction to another kid. And currently, we too frequently suspend the student that we believe had the harsher reaction. And as you know, those suspensions tend to skew really heavily towards Latinos and Latino males and special ed children. So we have to fix that. We have to acknowledge it, we have to talk about it, and we have to change our practice. So that's what work group B is working on. And then work group C is working on all of the sort of the cross section of the policies that the district has and who works for the district and how they interact with kids and how the school's plans mirror or reflect the culture that we want in the school. And I'm sharing with the district board a picture of the title page for the Oakland Unified, what they call pre-referral interventions, a guide to universal discipline referral form. And what they created in that district was the same process, like Jan said in our other item, consistency across schools, to say every single school implements restorative practices. So when a child ends up sent to the office, we know that the teacher of that child has called home, has met privately with the student, has moved the child's seat, has offered the student an opportunity to apologize for whatever they may have done. And we never accept the culture where you didn't bring your pencil, leave my classroom and go to the office, right? You talked for the second time in my lesson, go to the office. Or if they're outside, you yelled at another student, go to the office. Well, what does that have to do with my math class? I'm missing algebra to be in the office because I had a dispute with the kid out on at the basketball court, if that makes sense. So it's really about creating the procedures so that the consistency is there at all of our school sites. And where we're at with the process is that in March and February and March, the new board policies would be presented, specifically changing policies to equity, discipline, positive school climate, campus security, and chronic absenteeism. In addition to that, the school sites would develop our own pre-referral interventions guide. That would take a much longer process. I'm excited to tell you that yesterday we had 45 Hollister School District administrators and staff in a training on trauma-informed practices that was hosted as a result of this task force. Hollister Youth Alliance created it. We got the people there, and it was just an awesome training for everybody to participate in. And then I'm going to ask for continued training on positive behavior intervention supports and also continued training on capturing kids' hearts, because our data shows that our elementary schools and our K-8s have wonderful school cultures where discipline is greatly supported by Liz. I think at the time you were the only board member who was on the board when we adopted Capturing Kids' Hearts. And I believe that it was a successful program then, and I still believe that it's a hugely successful program now. And I want to encourage us to continue to invest and move that program forward. So with that, I want to turn it over to the board for any ideas and questions you have for me. Carla?
So this is an exciting one. I don't know if the public, I know everyone here understands the importance of this, but I don't know if the public understands that this is when we talk about systemic racism, when we talk about breaking those barriers down, this is it right here. This is how we do it. So I also appreciate, like Jan says, the parents and the volunteers that are helping. So thank you. And my question is on work group C, if looking at the trainings that are here, and it's not to discount the benefits of these trainings or to say that they're not good. That's not what I'm saying. What I would like for you to consider and for the group to consider is when we're talking about dismantling systemic racism in the school to prison pipeline, you can't use traditional methods, traditional or um, the things that we have available to us. We have to really think out of the box. You're talking about a specific group. It is Chicano Latino males, and also there's some females, and it's black and brown. That's the group we're talking about. And so when I see these, I don't know that there's any cultural considerations for programs that exist out there. There are programs out there that I think we could tap into. And I think Youth Alliance has some folks that are trained in, like, for example, a Joven Noble approach. And what that is, for those who don't know, it's it's a curriculum that the Compadres Network has, that they've trained many people on, but it's focused on Chicano Latino males and the rites of passage and what that means. And it's really shown a lot of progress and a lot of benefits for a lot of young men. And they offer men's circles. And so just I'm thinking that if the group can just kind of look at some outside the box ideas and consideration and really focus on those cultural, gender specific considerations. But other than that, this is exciting. Thank you to all the people doing this.
Steve?
Well, this, I go back a long way with this whole concept of how we discipline students. I was always of the philosophy, like a medical doctor, as an educator, my first job is to do no harm. Do not make the situation worse. Try to make it better. Anybody can sit there and go, you're suspended for 3 days. You didn't bring your pencil to class or whatever. I don't know exactly what, but the bottom line is, what good is that going to do? You're trying to help these kids. You're not trying to punish them. You want to find out what the issues are. What we've done in the past has been just the opposite of do no harm. And that's what I love about this program. If there's a problem, don't make it worse. Do something to make it better. Just like a doctor. That's what they're going to you for. Your job is to don't make it worse. Make it better if you can. And this program does that. I am totally in support of this and have been for years. I'm just so happy that finally we're coming down to the brass tacks of what we can do to help these students instead of punish them. We're not here to punish people. We're here to help them. And that's what I like about this program.
I think that one of the things that this program brings about, and it's something that was dramatically highlighted this summer, is the impact of our institutional racism. And this kind of really helps break some of it. And we can really work at trying to nip some of it in the bud. Not all of it, we can't, but we can sure try. And I think this is a good start.
Yeah, and I want to take this opportunity, Jan and board members, to just really thank Kip Ward. He has been living this basically since November 1st. He is the person that answers every email and phone call from the 20 some odd committee members, because what we're doing is we're actually challenging the status quo. We're challenging how we do things. And that's very stressful, super hard to think about doing things in a different way. And then what happens, because you have this many people involved in the meetings, is take, for instance, Carla's comment tonight about Joven Nobles. You know, what that's gonna, by her sharing that perspective, that's gonna cause Kip and myself to put together a series of conversations with HYA. We'll put it in that group working on school culture and climate, and it's part of how this conversation, it's not just like he and I had a plan 4 months ago and that we're just telling you what we already knew we were going to do for. This is changing every week. People are giving these ideas. Those 2 public comments I read, they're one from a father, Latino father, who said, listen to his comment. It is real. It happened. But I'm so proud it isn't going to happen to my children. Wow, that's like, folks, board members, that is very, very rare to reach people at that level. And that's somebody who's on the committee. But here's the thing. Carla's comment just raised the level, just took an idea that wasn't in that conversation and added it to it. So that's what I think is going to continue to happen in February and March, Carla, and rest of the board. It's just going to build up from there. And I really think that our committee will actually find reasons to continue to meet in September and in November and next February. And I just really think this committee is going to want to come back and check on things and continue that work, because dismantling the school to prison pipeline, it's a 3-year process. It is not going to happen this year. The whole structure of setting all this up, let me tell you something. if we suspend the same number of kids next year that we did the year before, we need to fix the process.
Mhm.
It isn't gonna matter if we
Gotta change
still
it.
have
Yeah.
the Latino, Chicano, African American special ed children getting over suspended. We're going back to the drawing board.
Mhm.
If the cultures are still suspend first and ask questions later, we're going back to the draw. Now, I don't think that's going to happen. I have a lot of faith in the process, but we will succeed when we can prove that 21, 22, our kids were in class more kids graduated, more kids showed that true engagement in school, like Steve was saying. They were there to learn. They were not there to spend half the year up in the office.
That's
Mhm.
right.
So like I said, it's exciting. And the person in our district who has led the process has been Kip. So he was trying to get back into our meeting, but you know, the internet gods don't want to let him back in.
Well,
So
you have to
thank
thank him
you.
for us. We're very, very proud of this work. I know it was one of our goals, and I really appreciate all the work that's been going on. Um, there's no losers in this. It's only
Mhm.
winners here. And we have to thank very much the community for coming up and helping our children because there's no losers here. Everybody wins. Everybody wins.
Yep.
Okay.
Ruth has a question.
Oh,
I just wanted to acknowledge Crystal Lamanto because she was the one
yeah.
that introduced this to the boards in this county years ago. I can't recall now how many years ago, but the presenter that she brought in and when she presented it, I mean, I think we were all in shock because it was like in your
Yeah,
face.
Ramirez. Let's give her
Yes.
credit.
Yes. And so amazing presenter and that was, you know, I know Crystal takes such pride and when she picks these presenters to bring to our community and our school boards, it's because she knows what we need and
Mhm.
she knows that this is what we need to hear right now. And so I'm glad that we didn't lose, you know, that that information. And you know, with Carla and this team now of board members and Diego of taking that and actually, you know, taking the football and running with it because it wouldn't have happened without this specific group of people. And
Right.
you know, you guys are amazing. You're a blessing to our staff, to our community, you know, and your heart is always where it needs to be. And I'm as you know, somebody who's been on the board, I can't tell you how much I love each and every one of you guys, and the work that we're doing is so just
Powerful.
rewarding. I can't say enough, you know, about the work. And so thank you, Diego. Thank you, Crystal. You know,
Yeah.
I'm just excited and happy for what we can do, you know, from this point forward.
I just everything in tonight's meeting. I just feel we've had some hard problems here that you know. Hopefully it'll be okay. But this one here on 8F, um, very exciting. Very, very exciting. Okay, now we have some discussion action items on 9A, and that's the school reopening, HSD data, timelines,
Mhm.
vaccination, and student groups. It's
Yep.
page 277.
Yep. And thank you, President Grist. I want to start with a comment that was sent to me by our district nurse, Anita Saringhouse.
Mhm.
It's a lengthy comment, so I'm going to read it to the board.
Okay.
And She says, "Good evening, Superintendent Ochoa and board members. Thank you for your continued support and care for the students of our district. As a parent, I am so grateful for the dedicated team of teachers who go above and beyond every single day to ensure that my child is educated, connected with his peers, and encouraged to press on during this very unusual time. As an employee, I am fortunate to bear witness to the work being done behind the scenes by the school's office staff, health clerks, administrators, teachers, paraprofessionals, school psychologists, mental health therapists, as well as our dedicated custodial, nutrition, and IT staff. It has been humbling to watch everyone use their talents to support the students in our district. The phrase, "it takes a village to raise a child," has never been more true than during this global pandemic. As we move forward during and consider reopening schools, I would like to give the board an update of the COVID cases in our district. In the first 5 months of school, from August 17th through December 18th, we had 46 students and 14 staff test positive for COVID. Had we chosen to return to in-person learning, we would have opened and closed the district 4 times due to these cases affecting more than 50% of the schools in our district. In the last 3 weeks, January 4th through the 26th, we have had 67 students and 9 staff members test positive for COVID. We have had more student cases in the last 3 weeks than the previous 5 months combined. We would not have been able to return this month due to the daily case rate. And San Benito County is currently one of the top 3 counties in the state to have the highest COVID rates per 100,000 people. On January 25th, our state average was 105 cases. Our county average was 129 cases per 100,000. While these case rates are sobering, we have many reasons for hope. The case rates appear to be declining dramatically in our county this week. The state stay-at-home order has been lifted, and our county will soon start administering vaccines to Tier 1B, which includes those who are 65 and over, those who have underlying health conditions, and eventually educators. Good things are coming. We need only be patient and diligent in our efforts to slow the spread of this disease. As you plan for the remainder of the year and weigh the options of returning to hybrid learning or continuing with distance learning, as a parent, I would ask that the board consider the following. Is there a benefit of returning to in-person learning 2 days a week versus continuing distance learning where students see their teachers every day? Students have been distance learning for 6 months now, and having to readjust to hybrid learning, 2 days on campus and 3 days on their own, be most beneficial to our students. If you do choose to return to hybrid learning, I would ask that you weigh the advantages and disadvantages of opening and closing schools and the effect it will have on our students and their families, not to mention our teachers. While distance learning is not the ideal method as a way to educate our children, it has provided structure and consistency to our students, something they need now more than ever. Thank you for your time and consideration, Anita Saringhouse. So I wanted to engage the board in a conversation. We did respond to parent concerns and sent and actually mailed a survey home to all of the parents in the district. We sent it to every household, so 5,600 surveys were sent out, and 68% of parents that responded wanted the district to reopen very slowly or to remain 100% on distance learning for the remainder of the year. So 3 months ago, that percentage was slightly different. It was closer to about 80%. So the percentage has come down, but it still remains the very strong predominant preference to either not reopen at all or to reopen very slowly. In other words, if you recall, the survey I gave was open schools now, open schools 30 days after the state allows us to, or don't open at all. And the option that has the least parent support is open the schools now. So I wanted to engage the board in this conversation. I included in this board packet the 50 some odd pages for our reopening guidance from CDPH. So I won't bore you with a presentation on that. We all basically know what we're here to discuss. Earlier tonight, the board made it clear that vaccinations would be a prerequisite for any reopening. And so I want to educate the board on my meetings with county public health. Superintendent Lamonto has organized meetings with our county public health officials and with all superintendents in the county. We've had them every week for the last 3 weeks. What is out there right now is Tier 1B is a combination of 3 different groups of people: 65 and above, pre-existing conditions, and educators. And based on what I know as of today, 65 and above and pre-existing conditions will receive the vaccination before educators receive the vaccination. The health and
And
safety
essential
of the
workers, right? Diego?
essential workers, right? So at the same time, I want the board to think about the data. So if you go on the HHSA website right now, the county has administered both doses. So the first dose and then wait either 4 weeks or 21 days or 28 days. And then the second dose. Countywide, according to their website, 248 people have received both doses. So it's not going fast. And our entire educational community has 1,300 educators. So we got the doses in early December, right? I mean, it's been 6 weeks since we've had the doses. So I want to kind of say that to the board. I did ask public health to allow our district to set up a process to use one of our school sites and to have our nurses administer the vaccine. Our nurses want to administer the vaccine to our employees. Our nurses are licensed to do so and willing and interested in it. And as the superintendent, I could create a really organized process to make it safe and efficient. The question is, when do we get the doses?
Yeah.
If you read the news, check it every 12 hours. There's a news story. Every 12 hours, it's going up or it's going down, so that's sort of what's out there right now. I wanted to share those updates with the board, and I just want to give each board member an opportunity to ask me questions or to make comments about the general idea and where we're headed with reopening. Steve.
Yeah.
Well, I concur with everything you said. I got the impression from the other board members as well as myself, we have to have our employees vaccinated. That is number one priority. Then we can do as we need to do. Whether we can do that before the end of this school year, that's okay with me. If we have to not do it, wait, and then maybe do it, have the summer school by that time. I can't get off of the idea that I feel we need to protect our employees, number one. And because if even with distance learning, look how many educators and how many students got COVID. And that's with distance learning. I'm just really nervous about bringing people back without at least the adults involved vaccinated. That's the way I feel on that.
Well, I have to go with you on that one, Steve. I think we need to stand our ground and just say, we're ready to open up when our staff is able to get vaccines. And we're not, the key phrase in there is the ability to get the vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
Would I like to see everybody get it? Sure, but I can't force people to do that. Did you want to say anything, Carla?
After Liz.
After
Okay.
the,
So, so in your conversations with the county health department, have they, well, as far as giving school districts kind of direction as to, will they allow for you to do that? Like, you do your own internal list and say, okay, I have 2 nurses. We have gymnasiums, we have big facilities where we can program it, and those that want to, if you've done this survey to know who's interested, who's not, calling them in on an appointment type basis, and getting that cycled in, makes sense to me. But again, are they going to allow you to do that? And so, because I mean, even President Biden wants to make priority, schools reopening a priority, but without those measures and funding and resources, we can't. Um, and so, until we get more support, either through the federal program or guidance from that and support, um, directly to the states, because everybody's kind of like in their own little world and bubble trying to figure out how to do this, and that's how it's making it so complicated. And you have vials sitting there just waiting for what? That's what I don't understand. Finally, I mean, it sounds like I was talking to another colleague, from school, and our parents do ag, and so finding out that the San Benito Health Foundation is actually, working with our ag workers and getting them vaccinated through the San Benito Health Foundation. But who knows that? Nobody in the county that I'm aware of has been promote. I mean, we're having to call the Farm Bureau. You're having to create your own list and giving that to the clinic, and it's like, this shouldn't be that complicated. And I'm struggling with, I thought, our county had it together by putting that page, on their website, soliciting, people who were interested in our community, so that they were creating that list and finding a venue and doing all these things, so that as soon as those, vaccinations came in, we were ready to rock and roll. But it doesn't sound like that's happening. And I mean, if we want to get to where we need to get to as a community and get schools open, we have to, we have to insist, we have to keep pushing for
be aggressive.
yeah, and be aggressive, because we can't wait. Um, Especially if vials are here. If we have vaccines are here and they've gone through, as they stated, we've gone through our phase 1, first responders, etc. So now we're ready to go into this category. Okay, so let's get our senior citizens. Let's get, our people in there. What is the holdup? I don't get it.
I don't think we
Carla,
have.
can I,
Yep.
yeah, Carla, can I respond for just a second? Our district has something that most people don't. We have more secretaries that work for our district than any other entity in this county. Organizing and scheduling all the appointments would be an absolute breeze. I would dedicate 4 school secretaries who would do nothing but make appointments and remind people about appointments. We have huge facilities. We have all the furniture in the world. I could set up a perfect scenario at one school site. We have custodians who I can pull to do nothing but sanitize all day long in that facility. We have the technology. We have a district email system. We have people's home number, cell number, wife's number, husband's number, email. We would not have a single appointment missed that would not result in multiple people being called to come in and take that vaccination. The big hurdle is the doses themselves.
Have the vaccine.
If they'll give us the doses, we can administer 50 a day. Our nurses have, and we already built the schedule for it. And in my initial conversation with the public health officials, they were open to the idea. But I just think our ability to organize, I mean, Liz, this is what I do for a living. I've been an administrator for 15 years. I know how to organize and plan things and make them basically efficient. So I put 3 or 4 administrators on it. Anita and Miranda are 2 nurses. They want to do this. They're willing to do this. Put them in charge. Bring 4 or 5 health clerks over, get them involved, 4 or 5 secretaries, 3 or 4 custodians, and let's go. I mean, it's just a matter, I mean, we just need the doses. And to remember, our nurses are not working in a hospital. Right now, when a nurse or doctor gives the vaccine, it means they're not giving patient care to other people. So our nurses are able to give those vaccinations, and I would argue increase the efficiency as opposed to us going through like the Community Health Foundation that might have other priorities of who they administer the vaccine to. What I wanted to educate the board about was just that we've already started to think about that. We already have a very detailed plan for that, and we're ready when they're ready to allow us to do that. And I have absolutely presented that option, and time will tell. Liz, we don't know until time gets here. And then Carla.
So I'm wondering in that I happen to also be a part of the farm worker task force. And so we met with the county about the vaccines and the priorities. And I asked, when you're in 1B, can you as a county decide we're going to prioritize this group over this group? Because 1B is a large group, essential workers, which include our farm workers, grocery store, restaurant, emergency, police. I think police haven't even gotten their vaccine, all of them, and teachers, educators, right, and staff. So, and the response was no. They are not able to, or there isn't really a clear direction. And then there is the lack of vaccine. So then my question to us to consider, and it's okay if you all disagree, totally just throwing out a idea as a partner, as Hollister School District being the largest employer, if we, like you said, Diego, you offered that, hey, we'll take care of our own, once you get the dosage, could we also partner? Would it be too much for us to say we want to also offer our facilities for the 1B category and maybe include and help out? Because one of the things that she said really loud and clear was, I don't have the people power to even, and that's why they put out that everybody got that link of they need volunteers. So just putting out as an idea, is there a way for Hollister School District to partner? And I don't even want to offer any more, but just as a possibility, or is that too much? If it's too much, then just take care of our own at least.
There is word tonight the state is looking to prioritize the next COVID-19 vaccine.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Steve.
Oh, I didn't have a question. I just heard some. I like that idea, Carla. I don't know how the nurses would feel about that. I mean, I definitely offering our facilities. I see nothing wrong with that. I think that's a very positive step, and it's also very goodwill towards the community for the Hollister School District to make that offer. I like that. The only thing I'd worry a little bit about is the people giving the vaccinations, whether they would be willing to do that, because they're still taking a chance. I don't care what everybody says. You're giving vaccination. You're still taking a chance. And that would, I wouldn't want to force them to do that. But if they wanted
No.
to do that too,
Maybe bringing in their, right, that's the partnership. Maybe bringing in the health
but I
department.
don't see anything wrong with offering our facilities. We have them available, and we want to help everybody get through this COVID. Whatever we can do, we want to help.
Yeah.
I like your idea.
I agree. I agree. Anybody else want to make a statement? Lisa?
I think it's a great idea. I think until we understand what the state, until we understand how the state is distributing all of these, I think that's the gate, right? Because no one knows statewide where they come from and how many each county is going to get. And so I really heard what you said, Diego. I mean, we could be all ready to go for when we could offer those services for when, but then be prepared and already prioritized for when we get 50, who are our top 50? And let's move, you know what I mean? And just keep distributing them as we can, because every person that gets in that is one less person we have to worry about getting it and or giving it.
Oldest
And
employees to
our
youngest.
numbers aren't going to go down and stay down until that happens. And I thought Monday's orders that we were opening up again was not going to work. I mean, I just think it's going to make it worse again. Only because now people are going to be, oh, we can go, let's go. I mean, the weather's going to do us a little bit of a good deed for this week at least, but you can guarantee if this weather was nice, people would be swarming downtown already. And I know that makes me sound like a paranoid person, but we're not close to herd immunity, but
No.
we are, like you said, number 3 in the state for per capita infection rate. That does not make me comfortable putting our teachers, staff, and students back in the classroom.
Okay, is there anybody else that wants to talk? Because I think we're ready for a vote. Can I get a motion, please?
I'm not sure what we're voting on.
This is 9A.
His plan, right?
It's at the we're
The plan I read and looked at.
the school reopening, HSD,
It says
data
recommended,
timelines.
the recommended motion, it says it's recommended the board consider reopening hybrid instruction no sooner than March 15th.
And the reason I recommended that is that if we were able to administer the 2 doses of the Moderna vaccine, the earliest that it would be completed would be March 1st, and it would be another 14 days for the protection level to raise to the highest point, which would make March 15th the most. But that's very, very optimistic. I have very little that it will be March 15th, but the board taking that action pushes it out to March 15th, and then we meet again in February, and I'll make a separate recommendation in February.
Okay, I can go for that. I move that the school reopening for the Hollister School District timelines, vaccinations, and student groups be approved.
Second,
I second.
Lisa, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, 5-0.
Item 9B are the 21-22 and 22-23 school calendars for the board to consider adopting tonight. I would encourage us to adopt these calendars this evening. They are essentially the same type of format of the calendars that we've adopted in each of the last 3 years, at least. I haven't been here before then, so I would leave it up to the board members who've been here as employees or as board members longer than I to say whether or not this is, continued on year after year. But basically, it provides us a mid-October start. It provides us a full week in November, 2 weeks of break in December, and then 1 February break, and then school ending that first week in June. So In the first year, it would be June 3rd, and then in the second calendar, it would be June 8th. Or I'm sorry, June 2nd and June 7th. I apologize for that. So with that, I'll turn it over to the board for any questions or ideas.
Does anybody have any questions?
I do.
Yeah, Steve?
Have these calendars been gone over with our bargaining units? Have they
Yes.
looked at these? So
Yes.
these are acceptable to them then?
Yes.
Yeah, they're similar to the calendars that have been approved.
Okay.
So most times people are pretty happy with consistency,
Yeah,
keeping that.
in past years, there's been issues with this,
Yeah.
and I just wanted to make sure that it was run by them. So they had, an idea of what was happening. So other than that, that was my only question.
And you may be asking this, or you may not know this, Steve, but I proposed a different calendar and neither of them liked it. So it was pretty straightforward, obvious choice. Oh, okay. Well, if I suggest something that people aren't in favor of,
They'll take.
you probably rethink that recommendation. So I won't bore you with all those details.
Okay, that was my only question.
Yes, Liz?
So the second calendar for the 22-23 year, I noticed that we start, instead of starting on a Monday like we normally do, what the thought process was to start on a Wednesday and not keep it as traditional as possible, like you did the previous year of doing your your in services Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then starting on that 15th. Why you changed it up?
That's an unusual year, Liz, because it's a year where January 2nd, which is the day after New Year's, is a Monday. And in a situation like that, it puts us in a place where it would have potentially caused the last day of school to be a Monday. And so that would have been a real nightmare for the district in terms of actually getting kids to show up to school. And by putting it on a Wednesday, it allows our middle schools to have kind of final exams, final activities that Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of that last week. But then theoretically, the following year, we would go back to a Monday start.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the 2021, 2022, and the 22-23 school calendars.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, 5-0. Our last item is 9C, page 324, and it is the superintendent's action plan and board of trustees goals.
So every year we go through a process of holding a meeting in December to discuss our board goals. And a month later, I turn them into the superintendent's action plan. And tonight's presentation focuses on 6 areas of focus for the upcoming school year, for the 2021 year. The first is to improve social and emotional learning. The second is to work to dismantle the school to prison pipeline. The third is to ensure high quality classroom instruction. The fourth is to prioritize and succeed in ensuring employee retention and improving organizational culture. The fifth is to provide services and ensure progress for English learners and students with special needs. And then the sixth is to increase parent involvement and education. And I want to direct the board into a conversation about those 6 overarching goals, and to have the board discuss how we have prioritized these 6 areas for the 2021 school year, and what I think is going to be a really, really positive change for the district to be able to start working on these goals. And with that, I will turn it over to the board for your comments. I hope you see in this document the evidence that our planning session on the 17th of December is reflected heavily in this document, so that we can move forward in getting the work started.
Well, does anybody have a comment here?
My only comment is this is exactly what we talked about. I have no problems with these. The order's even fine. If you want to list them in that order. I don't know if you want one with higher priority than the others, but I like the order you put them in.
Well, I just like it that, we're supposed to be up here at the 30,000 feet. And I like that we were able to give the, what we want to see done. And then you were able to turn it into something that you can work with. And I think all of these items are just going to really change the focus of our district.
I do too.
Very, very positive. Carla?
I think that, yeah, this is perfect. This is what we talked about. And I think it's also important for the public and the people, if anyone is still listening, that that I think all of us talked about, the people that we talked to,
Uh-oh.
our constituents, and the students, and that's how we create. Like, we didn't create this. This wasn't just our ideas. These are ideas that we develop based on what people are telling us, based on what makes sense for our students, right? And for that, because that's our focus. So just wanted to make sure that people know that. And thank you, Superintendent Ochoa.
Very much. Liz?
The only other thing for number 5, the services and progress for English learners. So I heard, because we haven't been able to reclassify. I don't know how we've been. So we've got kind of more students on our caseload than we ever had before, because we're kind of we've been delaying that process. And so that, I know that has impact, our that program and the staff, with the amount of students that they have to monitor and follow, academically, so, and provide that support. And I know one of the concerns that you had was, in the person that is in charge of it, to kind of split that position and actually dedicate someone specifically for English learners and then someone for migrant ed. So I just, wanted to kind of highlight that as well, because I know that's where your mind was for our English learners, just like you've, really looked into our special ed kids and their needs, and really creating a team that, has now, I think is an A team, as far as when it comes to our special education and serving their needs. We also need to, incorporate some of that same mindset for, our English learners, now that, we've got more that we have to serve, and kind of um, work our way through, those kids and their needs. So I didn't see that as one of your, action steps, but I know that that's what you're looking for as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Any more discussion? Can I have a motion?
I move to approve the superintendent's 2021 action plan and board of trustees goals.
Second.
All right. Do I have, how many would like to vote for approval?
Aye.
I
I
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, my lights are flickering. Okay, so that's a 5-0. Board member reports. Steve, do you have anything going?
Well, I kind of told you what I did today. I had a lot of fun. It's awful, awful nice to be around students again. It was also nice to be able to discuss with them civics, something that we really don't teach anymore. And I was surprised how interested they were to find out. First of all, I'm sorry, Mr. Ochoa, not too many people knew who you were.
Not this year.
There was a few. The few that did said, "I like you." But anyway, I let them know basically what your job was, what our job was, how the whole thing works, how they could have input themselves, that sort of thing. And it was very enjoyable. I had a very nice time today.
You had a great time. Uh, Anything to share, Liz? Board member report?
No.
Okay. Lisa?
Nope.
Carla?
Nope.
And Steve and I did the same thing, so that was pretty much it for us. Though I do want to report that I think that Diego and I are trying to set up that we will meet twice a month. Once in the middle, Carla and I will meet with Diego to just go over what's been happening, and then I'll give you that report that just tells you what's going on. And then Diego and I will meet 1 week before the board meeting just to go over the agenda. And we're going to try to make those set dates so that those will be, unless there's an emergency, those will be the times that I will be meeting with Diego and to try to let him do his job. And so that, he's always available to us, but the man's got a lot to do. So unless there's emergencies, or there's something that you need to talk to him about, of course, he will always talk with you and he'll always answer your questions. But, we're just trying to, if that's okay with you, Diego, trying to keep up. Yeah. So that's what we're going for. Okay. Request for future agenda items. Carla?
I'm just thinking, in this virtual world, we have no longer had I know that we do the staff and student recognitions, but
Mm-hmm.
we haven't been able to see them. And I know it's because we're doing virtual. So I wonder, Superintendent Ochoa, is there any way to have them come in on the Zoom call in the beginning so that we can see them and as
Congratulate them personally.
yeah,
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
uh, just an idea. And and then similarly, I'm thinking to what Steve and Jan, talking to the students. I think that's awesome. I think that we need to do more of that. 2 years ago, I was able to go to a couple of leadership ASB over at Mays, at Rancho, and at HDLA. And it's really good to talk to the students, right? when
Mhm.
when we're doing, especially in my role at work with racial equity work, one of the things we talk about is talking to those most impacted, and in this case it's the students, right, and the families. So I'm wondering if there's a way we can formalize this where we talk to, any one of us can go talk to our middle schools first, right, because they're a little older, and just as an idea. I brought it up before, but I know,
The other thing
maybe
is
now
to read to the kids.
we do that, right? We volunteer. I think some of us have gone and done that, but yeah, just some ideas of, and I don't know how that would be a future agenda item, or do we just reach out to the
I think that
principals?
that'd be something that maybe Diego should talk to the
The,
principals with and see if they're
okay,
open to that. Because it is a lot of fun.
It is a lot
it
of fun. And
is.
really,
Yeah.
the kids need to know you. They have to
Yes.
understand
It's a
what
lot of
you're about,
fun.
that we're here to help them, that sort of thing. And who Mr. Ochoa is, what's his job, what he's done for the district so far. They need to know these things, and it's
Yes.
fun. Even if it's on a Zoom, they can ask
Yep.
you questions.
Yeah,
It
it's
was
fun.
wonderful. It's almost like being back in class again. I had so much fun today.
We had a
I
great
bet.
time.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you want to check in with the principals, if they think if it's too much and too not a good time, that's okay too. But I'm
Yeah.
just thinking it's a good way to connect the dots and talk to the young people.
Yes. It's
Since
worth
we
it.
can't, since we're not, how we were handing out lunches and meeting the kids that way the last couple of years, and we haven't been able to do that.
Mhm.
We miss them.
Yeah.
So that's a good point, Carla.
Thank you, Carla.
I
Um,
just had one thing for a future agenda item.
yes.
I would like it, Diego, if we could, if every time we have a meeting, you give us an attendance report. I'm really concerned with keeping our attendance the way it was, as long as we can keep it there. I don't feel as bad about the distance learning as long as we're getting the ADA. So I would like to hear that each month to see how we're doing, depending on how much longer we're out.
Yep.
Okay. Anybody else on future reports? Yes, Liz.
In kind of similar as to Steve, you have the attendance and also kind of grades where our kids are falling with grades, and looking to see, you know, how we know they're struggling, but, we haven't had really a report as to academically what that is looking like, so it, I think it's important for us to capture that right now, being in this situation and kind of also how we're addressing it, how we are meeting those needs. Because it wasn't like, when we had originally had the sites kind of present a few months ago, what they were doing and, they were giving us their percentage as far as how many, attendance, but if they were getting 95% attendance, I wanted, to know that 5%, what were we doing with those kids who were in that 5% that weren't attending, and what were we doing for those kids? So it's really important, that accountability
Mm-hmm.
is part of our role as well, and so we really need to know kind of where our kids are.
Okay. All right. So we are about to uh, close now for our next meeting is February 23rd. Yeah, same time, 6 o'clock. And we are going to, do we have any comments for closed session? No? All right, so we are going to convene to closed session. We're gonna take a 5-minute break so people can use the restroom. And we'll come back in 5 minutes and we'll do closed session.
To close session.
Oh,
Okay.
we
Yes.
need to make a motion. Do I have a motion to go to closed session?
I
Thank
move
you.
So
that we
moved.
go to closed session.
Do I have a
Second.
second? Thank you. Thanks, Liz. All right,
And do we
so
leave this? We leave this.